Yeah, just guys, seriously, let's have fun and let's finish this thing. Let's make another one. This is really great. It's much more, maybe not fascinating, maybe not exciting, but it's something new. Forget about the rewards. As a matter of fact, at least in my part, I don't really care about the rewards. I don't really care about the status. I don't really care about being in the Hall of Fame or anything. I'm just doing it because it's fun, and we all have our jobs, we all have our lives to live, and if we can put something beautiful, something good into it, all the better. You got enough problems already, and yeah, it's just one way of getting rid of your problem. None of us are saints, no one's insane, and everyone's equally good. It's just that we're much better. We can see, we have this vision. We can feel what other players are gonna do, and you're gonna have to outsmart us. Don't beat the wall with your head. Don't think it's just 1 or 0. You know, computer language. You gotta think. You gotta adapt. You gotta outthink us. And yeah, good luck with that.
Oh, look at this big attack here by Paladin. He's going on with Siege. He's going for London. Does get the... He moves his cap just before they get the sack. And Immaculate knows what time it is too. It's militia time, baby.
Oh boy. That's Demon King. Demon King is the kind of player who doesn't shy away from going all in. Intense battle going on here between Irish and Linky.
Wow, wait, is this legal?
I'll have to check the rule book.
Yeah, that was a game-changing moment.
His cap was taken, but it was just a distraction.
I know about Linky very much, so I think it will be not a very difficult game for me.
TNT is... Wait a second. Wait a second. Mouse calls the GG. Wait a second. What?
This is
Why is he calling GG? Mouse, you got a massive army. There is a lot of heavy knights, and this is the only time when they have a chance. If they don't destroy Linky's army right now, game's over. That'll be crazy.
And Colossus has gone down for Linky here, and he's Inca, guys. He's Inca. This is not just an ordinary Colossus. More about delaying that build.
Oh no, man! I have a feeling, and nobody is raiding Mouse. That's an issue. Nobody is raiding Mouse. Mouse is actually in the lead now. That was all of that.
So literally those arrows.
Sacrificed by Steve.
Oh, look, there is a hoplite there coming through.
Whoa!
Oh my god, it just got hit.
No.
One
Will
at
it
nine,
get it there in
1900.
time? Will it get it in time? Yeah, it gets there in time.
Is he gonna get the hit? Is he gonna get the hit? He does get the hit. Oh my god.
No, that was
Oh my god.
TNT saved the day in the end. What just happened, man? What just happened?
Clutch play I've ever seen in the history of Rise of Nations.
All right, folks. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. So this is AS Eat the Pair. If you don't recognize my voice, I stream on the AS Clan channel, but we've decided for these remaining few casts of Nomadium 3, it would be best if we just had all the casts on the Rise of Patience channel. So big shout out to Jatin and everybody else who manages the Rise of Patience channel for letting me use the channel to stream some Nomadium 3 games for you all. So normally this is the spot where I would say I'm joined by my co-caster Filisberto, but he is nowhere to be seen right now, so I'm not really sure where he's up to. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna talk through the usual intro stuff, and then if he's still not here, we'll just play game number 1, and then we'll see from there. If you have any questions or you have any suggestions or anything, please let me know. Again, this is the first time I'm streaming on this YouTube channel. And so if there are technical issues, if the music is too loud, if my mic is too loud, please just give me a shout out in the chat. Be nice about it, but just let me know, and I'll appreciate that greatly. We did figure out that I was using the wrong graphics chip for Rise of Nations, and so therefore, hopefully the stream will be much faster. It should be, we should be picture perfect for the most part. So hope you all appreciate that, and hopefully it looks better to you all. Anyways, let's move on to what we've got today. So we're casting the Nomadium 3 semifinals, which is EL versus WL, and we saw the ending of the last series that was Tough versus Meows. earlier today. So if you want to check that out, go ahead and look through the other videos under Rise of Patience. I believe Dave and Jatin casted that earlier today. Okay, the Ox, maybe Phyllis is sleeping. We've played till very late today. Yeah, that's possible. It's also possible that I just, I accidentally messed up the time zones. So anyway, so we're going to be casting White Lotus versus EL. So again, it's like slightly annoying in that, many of our main commentators like Prolays or Jatin or Dave, they're playing in this match, so they can't cast it. So that's why, one of the reasons why the plan was only me and Philip. Anyways, but super excited for this match. This is looking to be one of the more interesting matches. I think it's going to be a pretty close one. Yeah, so let's take a look at the. I'll just scan through the chat, say hello to some people. I see Doko. How's it going? I see Marcos. I'm not sure who that is. But hey, how's it going? I think this is Crunstel's YouTube account. Hey, Crunstel. Priya, how's it going? I see Alan and Mouse and Mentalist. How's it going, everyone? I see Nicole, I'm not sure who that is, and the Ox, I'm not sure who that is those either, but hello, welcome to the stream. I see Emerald Mage, how's it going? Hope you are doing well today. Hope everybody is doing well. I'm super excited to cast. Again, we've got EL versus WL, and again, for those of you who are just joining, I'm missing my co-caster, Phil Sperto, throwing shade at him. I'm just kidding. He's probably like sleeping or something. It's okay. So before we jump into the games, let's quickly go over the team rosters because that is, oops, wait, not the right button. Because I do want to make sure that, oh, what is happening? Wait. I do want to go over the team rosters because, that might be a fun little thing we can do before we jump into the games. Apologies, folks. I'm having a little bit of a tech issue here. Give me a moment. Capture. My computer is currently freaking out because the monitor is far too large. Right, so this one. Okay. Right. Yeah. Hey, Prolays. Yes, you are allowed to say hi. So for those of you who don't know, this is I am casting these pretty much live. So I believe WL versus EL, they've played games 1 and 2. So I have those 2 replays. And then the rest of the replays, they're going to send them to me one by one. I believe they start in 30 minutes. So it should be pretty synced up. Hopefully we won't have any like delays or anything of that sort. And I just ask for members of WL and EL if you could please not forget to send me the replays, because it would be kind of awkward if you started another game and I didn't have the thing. Yeah. Hey Serge, how's it going? I see Dave also moderating. Thank you, Dave. Good luck to both teams who are playing in the tournament or playing in these next rounds. But anyways, yeah, let's talk through the team matchup here. So I'm gonna switch here again. Thank you for your patience. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Phyllis Berto isn't here, so it's a little bit more stressful casting by myself, but I will try my very best to make this an exciting cast for all of you. All right, so let's take a look at the team matchup here. So we've got White Lotus versus EL. The White Lotus is Jatin, Ogutu, Mbk, I don't know how to pronounce that, but this is TNO's account. We've got Prolays, we've got Fatabi, and we've got Dane. On the other side for EL, they've got Dave, they've got Boo, they've got Irish with Dutch, and they've got Steve. In terms of both of these teams are incredibly seasoned, right? We see, EL is one of the top teams in the past. They were considered one of the top teams, and White Lotus have shown time and time again that they're incredibly skilled Some of the things that I'm looking forward to in this match, I would like to see Dane in the spotlight and playing a bit more. It seems like he's been kind of benched a bit more often than his teammates, be it for availability or other reasons. I'm not sure, but I would love to see his chance chance to shine in the sun. I would also like to see some really nice micro from, especially the captains of both of these teams, for Jatten and Dave. Both of them are known for their exceptional micro, so I would really like to see that. And of course, I'd love to see some good teamwork. I think one of the things about EL teams in past tournaments we've seen is that they're incredibly good at working together and communicating and all that. And White Lotus, we've seen them play really, really well together, and so far in the tournament, they have been they've gotten some convincing victories over some teams that are may be considered better, but it was pretty convincing. So definitely looking forward to that. I also am looking forward to seeing iRush with Dutch and Steez, especially. I haven't really seen them doing some fancier plays, but they're excellent players in their own right. And of course, we've seen from the WL side, we've seen Prolays being carrying his side, also him getting doubled occasionally and dying. We've seen TNO come up with that's Oguchu and Deke, I can't remember. We've seen TNO come up with some miraculous defenses, really, really well done. And, Fatabi, an excellent player in his own right. And of course, I wouldn't leave out Boo, of course, a very, very solid player. So, super excited to see this match and what sort of things will happen here. All right. All right, so before we jump into the games, I think I have one more thing I need to do. Talk about the donations. So we've gotten $1,200 raised out of our donation goal. So really, really shout out to everybody who's donated. We really, really appreciate it. Every dollar counts, and it just makes things more exciting and more fun for everybody involved. So big shout out to everybody who's donated. We really appreciate it. I believe Jen went through some of the more specific donors earlier on today, and so really appreciate everybody there. We appreciate all of you viewers and, everybody who's playing in the tournament, everybody who's shown us support and given us positive feedback. We really appreciate it because, without you, there's no point in streaming, right? There's no point in broadcasting these amazing games of Rise of Nations without you, the viewers, without you, the players. So we really appreciate every one of you. Yeah, all right. So let's think that's all my stalling can go through. I'm not sure where Felisberto is. I guess I'm gonna cast the first game by myself, and then we'll take a little break, and hopefully I can find Felisberto in that time. All right, let's see. Go here. One second, folks. I'm just setting up all the tech here. All right. We are in game number 1. Let's get started. So this is game number 1 of the Nomadium 3 semifinals, EL versus WL. Let's take a look here. So we've got a 4v4 match. Again, so the semifinals are by default started on I'm gonna turn it down. The semifinals are started on Amazon Rainforest. So this is a map with a lot of rivers. I'm expecting to see some booming play, but also, we've seen some aggressive play. We saw in the, I believe it was in the group stage, or the playoffs rather, is that what they're called? A really excellently played match against, from Dave against Kron, where he basically just went and militia pulled against a Colossus Nubians player who was ahead of him and managed to come out on top. So, yeah. So anyways, we are going to be casting a 4v4. This is very, very exciting. It looks like, so EL, there's 4 players, and WL, there's 5 players. It looks like Dane is out on the bench this time. Take a look at the players and their nations. So, for EL, we've got Dave as the tier 1 player with Lakota. Tier 2 player is Boo, with Iroquois. Tier 3 players, Irish with Dutch with Nubians. And Tier 4 is Steez with Maya. On the other side, we've got Gatton as the Tier 1 player with Lakota. Tier 2 player is Proles with Americans. Tier 3 player is Persians. That's TNO, Ogutu Mbeke. Again, I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. And Tier 4 player is Fatabi with Russians. All right, so let's talk through the interesting parts of this, right? So EL has like a pretty standard draft. Like this is kind of what you expect. You have a fast Lakota player, you have an Iroquois player to help play pressure. Nubians can be really, really good at booming or being aggressive, and Maya are also fast. But they can be pretty good at booming. On the other hand, for WL, they've got a bit more of a spicy draft. You know, they have the same Lakota to help them secure the map control, but we see Americans, which is, you know, not as common a pick. You know, especially in Nomadium, because usually teams are incredibly aggressive early on, and Americans, it can take some time to pay off. Same thing with Persians, right? We haven't seen them a ton, but we did see TNO pull off a really, really good Persian defense. And finally, we have Fatabi. You know, again, I think it signals WL want to play a longer game, right? They want to get their borders pushed out, they want to get attrition, they want to get a Colossus or Hanging Gardens or something with the Americans player, and they want to make sure they don't get run over with Dakota. So seems like a pretty nicely chosen draft here. And for EL, you know, they might be kicking themselves later in the series when all of these excellent nations that are really well-rounded are taken up. So we'll have to see what happens in this game. I think in terms of like raw draft, I would say I give the edge to EL just because their draft is easier to execute. You know, it just plays itself, right? If you have good rares, you boom. If you have bad rares, you rush. Like if you have good positioning or you see an advantage, you can push. Like their draft more plays itself, rather WL, you know, it's like a little bit more methodical, and you have to like really, really plan out what you're doing here in order to make your game plan work. So I would say EL here as the better draft. All right, let's take a look at where the players are located. We can start with WL. So for WL, we've got the green Lakota player Jatin over here. We've got the white Russians player, Fatabi. We've got the light blue Persians player, TNO. And we've got the yellow Americans player, Proles. Across from Proles, not too far, we've got the blue Mayan player, Steez. Got in the pocket, the red Lakota player, Dave. The purple Iroquois player, Boo. And on the side next to the Russians player, we've got the orange Nubians player, Irish with Dutch. So this is looking pretty spicy already. So we've got the Nubians versus Russians matchup, and so it's going to be joined by the Iroquois and Lakota respectively for EL and WL. On this side, we've got Americans versus Mayans, and they're going to be joined by Persians from the WL side and Lakota from the EL side. And we do see Dave, he's gone Science 1, you can see that here, and he's actually finishing up his Civ 1, so it looks like he's a bit faster than Jatin, who's just gone for a Commerce 1. Jatin's a fair bit behind right now. Let's take a look at the ruin counts here. Dave does have the most ruins by far, and Jatin's lagging a bit behind, not too far. But Boo is definitely struggling. He's only gotten a single ruin thus far. Irish with Dutch also 3. But for WL, you know, they're doing pretty well. If you've gotten 4 ruins, you're pretty happy at this point in the game in 4 minutes. It's, you know, it's acceptable. And Dave, you know, he's gonna go Commerce 1 now. He's popping off. He's 1-0-1. He's gonna have 1-1-1 aside from military. Whereas, you know, if you compare Jatin, he's very far behind already. So not a great start for WL comparing the Lakota players early on. And we do see Dave sivving very forward. This is actually a pretty defensive position. You can't push at all, basically. You might be able to push on this side, but there's so many trees and mountains that his city is never going to be taken. Plus, it's a river for walking around this way. Like, this is never going to be taken. On the other hand, it can be really hard to push from this direction. So if EL want to push on this side, they're going to have to push this way. In terms of the other builds, we've got Fatabi. He went straight for Civic 1. Whereas the Nubians player, you know, he's going to go for a Commerce 1. And Nubians player, he's starting out with Furs and Dye. So those are some nice rares. Also has some other rares there as well. I'll go through those in a bit. Steez's gone Commerce, and he's going to finish up his Civic now. Whereas the Americans player is still a ways away from that Civic research, but does have Commerce stuff. And Boo is going Civic, so he's not going Mill. So no crazy rushes here. Let's talk about the rares. So rare-wise, I'm only gonna point out. I'm gonna start with what rares are safe. So we've got for WL, they've got horses right next to Moscow. They've got Happy and Tobacco. near Jatten's capital, as well as Sugar right at Jatten's capital. In the back, near Persepolis, there's Silk and Peacocks and Wool. And then in the back pocket, there's Diamonds, as well as another Silk. But these, again, can be towered by an opposing Lakota player. And in the back here, there's Slice. And then in the center here, it looks like Jatten has captured Tobacco for his team. And then there's Wine kind of in the middle there. On the other side, for EL, well, so first of all, there's Amber here, which I think neither team is going to use. This is very scary. But there is Furs, Obsidian, and Marble here on this left side. In the back pocket, Dye and Copper. There's Relics right next to Dave's capital. And then there's Cotton next to Onondaga. There's Silver above there. And then there's Bison and Citrus kind of in the middle of the map. And then Salt and Dye for EL on this top side. So honestly speaking, both sides don't have great rares. Like, I think I would give the edge to WL because they have Sugar, they have Pappy, they have Diamonds. But other than that, you know, it's like, they don't have a ton of great knowledge rares. They have Silk, I guess, but it's not amazing. And, you know, Diamonds is easily towered by Dave. And Dave is going to finish up his age. We do see Mills coming out, and Jatten's going to queue up a Barracks already. Hey, Nuts, yeah, you're right. I'm hoping this is going to be a nice game. It's looking pretty exciting already. I think in terms of early lead, I would give it to WL. It seems like they have the positional advantage on this bottom side, right? Because the Americans player and the Persians player kind of want to play defensive. But on the top side, you know, Jatten's ready to go ham on the aggression. But there is this big river that's helping protect EL's cities and, you know, the border push. We do see pinging coming out, and Jatten is going to tower his own diamonds there. Good choice from him, just being defensive, making sure it's not going to get raided. This is a nice benefit of Lakota. Let's see what Dave's going to do with his age here. He's just queuing up. He's getting his mountains going. He's building a Senate. And it looks like he has a tower here, but I'm not sure if he's canceling that or not. For EL, you know, their rares, this Relics is going to help them a lot. They also have a bunch of, like, middling rares, but, you know, aside from Relics and Silver, I think... Oh, they have Gems. Oh, this is actually really, really important, especially on this top side for the Russians player, against the Russian player, right? Just counteracting the Russian border push is insane. And, I mean, you can see how cramped Jatten is right now in terms of territory. That means his Senator is going to provide less healing over time, and, you know, it's just a big problem. You see a citizen raid on Silver here. But pretty quiet game so far. Prolay is sending out some raiding units. Let's see, what are Jatten's? Looks like he went for a little raid, but Boo managed to stop him there. The tower does finish up for Jatten there on the bottom side. Okay, we're gonna see Republic from Dave. No surprise there. Lakota, usually you want to go for Republic. You can still be aggressive. Yeah, so hey Koala, yeah, this is a replay, so this is not live. These players already played this game like last week, and so this is a replay. Yeah. All right, we're gonna see a pretty aggressive tower from Jatten. He's gonna be the second one to age. Again, Dave aged incredibly early. Dave is really, really far ahead. He's already gotten Senator, and he's getting his food income up already before the 10-minute mark. So he's really, really far ahead. Take a look here. What are TNO and Prolay's up to? So Prolay's looks like he's a fair bit behind. He still needs a bunch of food to age, whereas TNO is almost finished aging here. He's as well. He's similar as TNO. Wealth incomes wise, if you compare 78 compared to the 54. So definitely TNO winning in the wealth there. But I mean, already he's getting raided by Dave with this Light Horse. Light Horse is being really, really annoying here. Just nice work from Dave, forcing his opponent to micro when he's trying to macro. Oh my goodness, look at Jatten throwing down all infrastructure. Stable, Senate, University. This is a signal that he wants to be aggressive here on this side. And I don't mind that choice at all. I mean, we see Boo hasn't aged yet. Hobby, he's doing decently well for himself. He's not using diamonds actually. It looks like a raider got killed off there, and he's just going to try to go for a raid in the middle of the map. TNO is going to drive some merchants away from Bison. Take a look at the kill counts here quickly. So far, nothing too scary. It does look like some people have lost merchants here and there. John's killed 2 and Boo's killed 2. Steve's killed 1, but for the most part, it's pretty even, just 2 and 3. A very, very quiet game thus far, all things considered. I imagine we're going to see the pressure turn up very quickly as soon as Dave gets things going together. Yep, he's going to go for Mill 2 now using Furs. Those are some nice rares for Dave. Dave's going to pick off this Horseman from TNO. Unfortunate loss for TNO there. I think Prolace has to realize that he's behind in tech. He built backwards here, so yeah, he's going to go for a Senate. I feel like he won't have the time to go for a Wonder, especially considering how poor he is. Not using diamonds, actually, pretty big mistake. He's going to send it over now, so he'll get his wealth income up. Yeah, Mentalist, I can open up the runes bonuses. I showed them a little bit earlier. Dave is actually soaring. He's gotten 6. He's gotten 6 of those science researches. Mentalist, I showed the runes bonuses earlier, but Dave is popping off, right? He's incredibly fast. Like, look at his economy right now. He's got 140 metal. Usually we never see players with this high a metal income unless they're wanting to push. And he's going to go for some extra production, a second barracks, and a siege factory. Looks like he's going to try to push this side. It could be... This is actually not a bad spot to push, right? It's a little hard to reinforce, and if you need to retreat, you're super dead. But if he has the larger army, he might be okay. And this is where elephants really help out. Having elephants on defense with the senator healing them is incredibly strong. You're not going to get them bribed. All right. So looks like we do see a senator. Oh, nice raid on Silk there from Boo. I can't believe he got his units all the way over here. And he's still raiding. He's still scouting around. Let's take a look at each player's scouting here, or each team's scouting. We're gonna see Hang Gardens thrown down for WL. Looks like both teams have done a pretty good job scouting, and a nice little raid here from Fatabi on the horses, or on these gems. He has a light horse raiding there, and both teams are just scouting around. Gatton says he'll rush. No surprise there. He's actually gone for a second barracks as well, and queuing up that siege factory. So again, he's just a little later than Dave. And Dave is being really, really annoying with these cavalry, just raiding this wood camp constantly for TNO. I'm a little bit surprised that TNO hasn't moved this wood camp back, because it just seems incredibly vulnerable. But TNO, with those horses and Indians, this could be really, really good for him. Take a look here. So what's Steez up to? Steez has gone for Civic 2, actually, so letting Dave put the pressure on for now. Dave is incredibly fast again. He's almost ready to age in silver. And Steez, he's doing pretty well for himself. He's gone for that Civic 2. He's actually cived in the back. Nice little raid here from Jatton on this die in the back, just being really annoying. We do see these higher level players using a lot of light horses. And still, Boo, these units running around the back are really annoying. Looks like Jatton forgot about it, the horse archer there. Oh no, he's actually going to snipe this caravan. So that's actually a good move. Take a look here. What's Jatton's army? Oh my goodness, he's got so many phalanx. He's actually going for commerce too. I don't know about this choice, but he's going to rush in and just hope for the best against an Iroquois player who might have archers everywhere. Although Boo it looks like he doesn't have archer upgrade. Let's look at his vision. He's a light horse and he sees the catapults. Oh yeah, he sees all those units. Let's see, how much does iRush have? iRush has 0 units. He's building hoplites. Okay, well, Jatton has phalanx here. Let's take a look. What's going to happen? On this bottom side, again, TNO getting annoyed by these raiders. Boo does have attrition, or does have militia, but Jatton has way more units. You see a bribe starting to go down. iRush with Dutch bringing some hoplites over. The city's almost reduced. I think Jatton's got it. Fatabi doesn't need to do much of anything. In fact, Fatabi's nowhere close. No, Jatton's not going to get the city for a little bit at least. Gonna go for pyramids. Dave is aging. Jatton's not going to get the city. In fact, he's thrown away all of these units. Looks like iRush had a little bit more units on the side, and Fatabi's just nowhere close to connect. This seems like a really bad play in terms of, just coordination. Jatton threw away, what, like 10, 15 units there? But they did manage to raid gems, so that's a plus for them. Nice tower from Dave in the back. Again, both sides using the Lakota power excellently. And Dave has age to medieval age. No, this is a big problem. Mentalist, you can actually see here on the bottom here, you can see everybody's libraries. So that is something that you can do. Steez has also aged, and this could be a big issue for Prolays and TNO here. TNO is almost ready to age. Prolays still needs Mill 2, but he's getting there. But this is a big problem, right? Dave is still incredibly far ahead. His wealth income is really bad, and his knowledge income is also really bad, but his army is quite large, and I'm not really sure what TNO can do to defend himself. He needs to age and stat. He might just get run over here if Prolays doesn't have any units. Prolays needs to age really quick as well. Take a look at this top side. Fatabi is, I'm not really sure what he's up to. It looks like he had a slow start. And Jatin, you know, he lost a lot of units in that exchange. He's only at 50 population compared to, well, actually similar populations for Irish and Boo here. And if you look at Irish's economy, he's popping off. He's about to age. He's really, really far ahead. You know, it looks like Boo has sacrificed himself a little bit more to do some raids, you know, continuously raiding with these units in the back. And David's going to push at the city of Khan. This fort's not finished. And Steez is here to help with some units. I think EL have this. These cavalry in the back are going to ravage Prolays' unupgraded units. And it looks like they EL hit at the perfect time, just exactly when WL are just aging, right? Both of these players are aging. Yeah, and they're going to capture the city here. Jatin's here with a couple units, but he's not close to aging. He went for that commerce too. What a brutal rush from EL here. That, you know, kind of sitting back and just chilling for a bit, but now they're going to take the city, and it looks like GG to me. I mean, there are two wonders here, and I don't really know how WL catch up. I mean, if you look at TNO's economy, it's in shambles right now. They have no army. Admittedly, Steez doesn't have a ton of army, but I mean, Dave, you know, he's rich. In the back, Jatin is doing some nice work here with the Sunko Wakan. He's going to raid these silver merchants. Keeping up the raids is incredibly important. Top side. Oh, here we're going to see some light raids. These same units from Boo are still alive. Steez is going to go for a Colossus. I don't mind that at all. Just securing. They clearly have the advantage securing the late game. Steez's economy is pretty good. He's at 108 wealth income. All right, so now that Prolays has had a bit of time to get going, he's got some crossbows now. And crossbows, you know, he's going to outtrade Steez's army easily. Really needs to just buy time for TNO to get caught up, because TNO is still pretty far behind. He's going to go for War Elephant upgrade. On this side, it looks like Boo is now the one sieging, and Jatin, you know, he's lacking a scout right now, which is a pretty big deal against an Iroquois player. He's, you know, obviously you can see his opponent's units because they're shooting at him. They actually have similar sized armies, both players aging up now. But again, the problem here is Dave with this pretty big army. And Prolays has had to pull citizens. Oh, he's actually going to send them back. He has 5 crossbows, which is pretty good. On this top side, oh, Fatabi snipes the supply wagon, and that means all of these units are going to be burning. However, Irish with Dutch is still very far ahead of Fatabi if you just look at the unit counts. Looks like Irish with Dutch went for Science 2, which means he's going to have a much better time in the later game. Russians can be quite strong at defending, but I feel like they really need to push this side, and they're very split up right now. It's like 2 1v1s here, but EL have a much easier time rotating, and then there's well, it's a 1v2 basically. Prolays is trying desperately to keep TNO alive, basically. Or take back TNO City. TNO up to, he's got no army. It looks like his production got completely destroyed, and Dave's gonna pull back momentarily. And unfortunately, Steez doesn't have a supply wagon, and Fatabi has attrition. Or not Fatabi, sorry, Prolays is attrition. Really impressed with how Prolays is playing this so far. This has been a very close game. Prolays is gonna take back TNO City. Very impressive here. On this side, still stalemate. Oh, look at this. It's a rush for St. Petersburg. No supply wagon for iRush with Dutch, but there's no temple here either. And it's not even a large city. He needs one more building, but the fastest building he can build is a woodcutter's camp. Fatabi, build a woodcutter's camp. City's gonna go down. I don't think he's gonna have time for it. Wow. I mean, Irish and Dutch's army is damaged, but he's gonna take out all these farms. He's gonna mess up Fatabi's caravan route. Fatabi just really out of position. And, you know, this not being a large city at this point in the game is completely unacceptable. Prolays taking a nice trade on this side. Steez kind of bleeding units there. If you look at Prolays' economy, he's doing very well for himself. Let's compare Dave's. Dave is at Com 2. He's also doing very well for himself, but again, this diamonds and the wealth income differences, 150 compared to 75. Big difference there. Still stalemate on this side. Jan's army is a lot smaller. He has a couple units in this here, but if he gets for button rushed here, I think he loses units. He loses the trade. He's going for mill 2. Oh, look at this. Dave is going to rotate over to the left side. And Jan's going to take a bad trade here. Looks like. Dave has March going. Uh-oh. Well, this is bad for WL fans. Jan trying to raid in the back here. And oh my goodness, this is a lot of units for iRush. Looks like EL have soundly won this side. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, TNO is really in no position to help Jatan here. It felt like Jatan had an early advantage with Lakota, threw it away by trying to 2v1, and now he's getting doubled himself. That is going to be the first cap sack. Jatan losing his capital to the combined armies of Dave and Boo here. Does TNO have any units? He has 3 elephants, 3 crossbows, and he's floating a zillion metal. Proles, I don't know. I mean, it's tough because I guess Proles is supposed to rotate and TNO keeps his city alive, but I mean, there's no way they fight this. Fatabi also very far behind and compared to iRush, and it's going to be 3 combined armies at Upper Suchenju, and I don't think Jatan has any way of coming back in this. I'm surprised he didn't throw down Forbidden City immediately. He has the resources, but he cannot fight this. His production is also all here, so his units are going to die immediately. So. Jan desperately trying to raid in the back here, but micro is a bit hard. Again, at the end of the day, Dave was the one who made the moves. He took this city from TNO, put TNO behind, and then he's going to rotate over to the top side and triple it. Yeah, I mean, they are going to retreat momentarily. Oh, it looks like it was for a flanking maneuver. Nice move from Dave. 4 elephants plus a couple of crossbows do not fight all of these units from TNO, and or from Dave. And TNO is wisely going to force march away, just trying to kite backwards. Eventually, the force march will run out, and he can pick off these pikemen. Jan doesn't have that many units now. He doesn't have much production at all. He's got 2 barracks, and he's got 1 stable all the way over there. On the top side, Hobby really kind of has been sitting on his butt for a while. He can't really fight the massive Nubian's army. Take a look at the tech. Is anybody close to aging? We've got Proles, who's pretty close to aging. He needs a good amount more knowledge, but he also, you know, he's kind of lacking in the dollars department. But he has a pretty sizable army. But this game looks pretty over. I mean, Jatan looks super duper dead. Versus Janju is assimilated. Tabi is a pretty large army. Gonna take that city, but I think this game is over. I mean, it's looking really difficult unless Fatabi can pull some miracle play, or they can take back Jatan's capital somehow, which is highly unlikely. I'm really not sure how they get out of this. Dave has rotated over against the left side. A bit of a greedier play. Gonna try and help out Skis there. Skis looks like he's getting wrecked right now. The terrible, terrible trade for Skis. Skis is close to aging. Nice castle. If Proles can somehow age in time and kill Steez, maybe he can turn this game around. But they're not taking Jatan's capital back. There's no sieges here, you know, they still have to deal with this massive Nubian army. Jatan still has 2 minutes left on the capital timer. So again, WL's only hope is Proles, right? Proles at this point, he's the closest to aging. Maybe Fatabi can get something done, but Fatabi still needs a good amount of resources to age. He needs Science 2 and Commerce, Science 3 and Commerce 2. Looks like TNO's trying his best to keep the combined armies of Boo and Dave off of Prolaze's back. Prolaze can maybe try and get something done here. Jan has a tiny army here. Fatabi has a pretty large army, but again, it's this big army from Irush, and he's going to be pushing at TNO's capital. TNO's going to lose a lot of economy if he loses this. He's going to lose his pyramids. He's going to lose all of these farms. Fatabi has not been able to get anything done here. He's been alone, basically. Oh, there's two armies. Looks like Irush has two armies, and now Irush shows himself on TNO's capital. TNO is in a lot of trouble. Fatabi's going to make a push for Upper Sichenju. Does he have a scout? He doesn't have a scout, so he's gotten ambushed by all the units from Boo, but Boo is going to lose his army here, I think. Fatabi just has more units. Surprised Boo isn't going for the sieges here. But we're going to see 3 armies triple here. If they can kill Dave's army, maybe, but, I mean, Irush has already taken pyramids, and Irush is going to be ready to age very soon, and TNO's economy is in shambles right now. Jan's almost dead. Let's go back to Shenju. The city is going to be reduced with this next volley of trebuchets. Dave still has his army, but I think he recognizes, yeah, we can't hold this. So they're going to take back the city. Jatin's going to survive for a little bit longer. His economy is completely wrecked. But he is still in the game. But now they're going for Jefferson City. That's Prolaze's capital. Prolaze needs to get something done. He's getting sandwiched right now. He can't fight Steez and Irush with Dutch, and everybody else is still way over here. Surprised that TNO hasn't rotated back yet. He's actually floating a ton of resources, even though his economy is really, really bad. Just the micro is really, really hard. And it looks like, again, EL are in such a commanding position because Irush was able to just get away with this. Let's see here. Who wins this fight? We've got... okay, it looks like Prolaze is aging. Unfortunately for him, he's aging he's aging after he's taking this fight. And it looks like all these pikes are going to ravage Prolaze's units. Prolaze is kind of just running in with his cavalry. I think he needs to kite a little bit more, but obviously he doesn't want to give away a cap sack here. But it looks like he is going to because his cavalry just kind of ran in. Another capital captured for Irush. This time he is going to get the capital sack, and he's incredibly rich. They're pushing on this side now, and TNO's running backwards. He's going to say desperately trying to get back. Steez has aged. And it looks pretty over now. Steez, you know, he's the lowest scoring team member, but he's going to have the age upgrade, and GG is called. Wow, what a game number 1 in 28 minutes. Thought EL pretty systematically dismantle WL, and yeah, WL really just kind of felt like they kind of fell short. They had the cards necessary to win, but looks like they just kind of fell short here. Wow, what a game. Again, at the end of the game, was Irush with Dutch with the highest score there on the winning team. We can take a look at the stats here quickly. Most kills, Prolaze, to be expected. He took some really nice trades against Steez there. Steez with the most loss, with the only one on his team with a negative kill ratio. But I gotta say, MVP of this game, definitely Dave. You know, he won this side by pressuring TNO a lot and taking his first city, getting that really fast start with, what is this, 650 runes by the end of the game. 625 runes by the end of the game. And then on the top side, he rotated over and took Jatin's capital, which knocked Jatin out of the game. So, yeah, that is going to do it for game number 1. MVP for me, as the only caster, I'll definitely give it to Dave there. It felt like he really did a good job. Definitely won't count out Irush as well. Irush was able to win against Fatabi and then also put some pressure and take these capitals, even though they lost Jatin's capital to them taking it back. But the game was over at that point. Slops this game. Slop number 1, Jatin tried to rush 2 players against 1 with only heavy infantry. He wasn't even that far ahead, and he just threw away his whole army. Fatabi was also nowhere near to help him. I'm not sure if they were not communicating or like they just were on different build orders or the like the communication was really not there. And on this side, you know, it felt like they just kind of crumbled to Dave being really, really fast. Decent raids from both sides. Boo had some pretty good raids earlier on, but unfortunately, I don't think I was able to capture a ton of them. All right, well, that is going to be game number 1. We're going to take a quick break now Before we jump into game number 2, I'm going to update the graphic really quick. So it is 1-0 in favor of EL in this best of 7 series. I know. I'm going to be here for a while. All right. Save that. All right. That is going to be game number 1 finished. It's 1-0 in the favor of EL. I accidentally did the wrong order of these things. Whoops. 1 second, folks. All right. Well, that's going to be game number 1. We are going to take approximately a like maybe we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with game number 2. Hopefully by that point, Philip joins me. I still have no idea where he is. So yeah, hope you are enjoying the cast so far. Go get some water, go rest. We'll be back in around 5 minutes. right, folks, we are back. Welcome back to the stream. Again, this is ASE the Paracasting. I should be joined by Filisberto, but I have no idea where he is. We're about to jump into game number 2 after a fairly convincing game number 1 for EL. Again, I will say Dave was the MVP of that game. Definitely looking forward to an exciting second game here. As a reminder to the viewers, I'm only one person. I don't catch everything. I miss a lot of things. So, please be patient with me. Again, it would be easier if I had another co-commentator, but Phyllis is wherever he is right now. I hope everybody appreciates whatever. Yeah, I see attached. Phyllis slacking. I have no idea where he is. I hope everybody's appreciating the stream and enjoying it so far. If you have any things about like tech, like mic is too loud or the music's too loud or whatever, please let me know. If you'd like me to show anything, I can. To go over some things in general, I'm gonna pull up this. I'll pull up the second game in a bit, but you can see the researches that each player has on the bottom right screen, on the bottom right of the screen. In addition, you can see the I will go over roughly who has what text and the like. So just be patient with me. I'll get there eventually. And if I need a reminder, please just let me know. That's all right. All right. Should I stall more just to annoy Mentalist? I'm kidding, Mentalist. Only a little bit. All right, so game number 2, it is WL's choice of map. So let's take a look. I'm going to switch tab now. Thanks, Serva. I appreciate it. All right, so we are going to jump into game number 2 in this exciting best of 7. So again, make sure you're ready to watch the whole thing. All right, so we've got game number 2 here. I forgot to turn on my audio, or the game audio. All right, let's jump into it. Game number 2 of the Nomadium 3 semifinals, EL versus WL. EL currently 1-0 up on WL. It is a best of 7. We see the map is Great Sahara. Let's take a look at the players and their nations. Again, this is WL choosing to pick Sahara. So we'll start with WL this time. This time we've got Fatabi as the tier 1 player on Turks. Tier 2 is Jatin with Iroquois. Tier 3 is Proles with Nubians. And Tier 4 is TNO with Maya. On the other side, for EL, they've got their Tier 1 players Steez with Japanese. Tier 2 is Dave with Inca. Tier 3 is Boo with Persians. And Tier 4 is Irish with Dutch with Koreans. So, this is definitely pretty interesting. We see none of the nations are in common, so we'll just talk through each of the nations. So here, my guess is they put Fatabi on Turks because they're choosing to, they want to be aggressive, and I think Fatabi's also one of the out of his 4 team members, the other 3 team members that have played with him, he's probably the most inexperienced, and so I kind of expected them to give him, one of the more specific nations, here Turks on Sahara. So, pretty good pick. And then Japanese is a pretty all-around safe pick for Steez there. For the tier 2, I like Iroquois a lot more than I like Inca on this map, but that is for the reason that even though Inca can be extremely good, right? Inca can be extremely good on this map, right? We've seen players go Despot with Inca all the time and crush people. But for me, honestly, the main reason is it incentivizes your opponents to pick Himalayas, and you won't have access to Inca. And that is kind of a big deal. It's also similar with Southwest Meso, same idea. And not having Inca on those maps can be really detrimental to your chances of winning. So I'm definitely a little bit surprised that EL busted out the Inca this early. Maybe they're confident that they can win those maps without Inca. But it just feels like a little bit like, you could have picked other better tier 2 nations for this map. Tier 3, we see Persians versus Nubians. Definitely a fan of Nubians over Persians, especially on this map. Persians, they were pretty good last game for the reason, you get a lot of wealth income. You can afford elephants on more defensive maps and just sit back and boom up with those ranged heavy infantry, which are incredibly good. For this map, it's sometimes you really need to rush, and Persians are not super great at that. They're not amazing. But they, you know, just a respectable pick nonetheless. Definitely like Nubians a little bit more. And then Maya versus Koreans, definitely prefer Maya overall because they're quite fast. But Koreans can be really good at defending a rush and rushing themselves, right? Free militia, etc. So yeah, we'll just have to see what's happening. I'm definitely looking at Jatin and Fatabi here on WL, and then Dave from EL as the playmakers for their teams. Obviously Steez as well, depending on what he wants his build to be. All right. For where the players are located, we can start with EL. On this top side, we've got Boo, the purple Persian player. In the back here, we've got the red Inca player, Dave, Ally, the blue Koreans player, Irish the Dutch, who is building a library with Koreans at time. He only has 4 with Carter Camp, unfortunately for him. And we've got the orange Japanese player, Steez. On the other side, right in the center, it looks like Fatabi took a little bit of a walk. He's Turks. He's gotten the center position as Yellow Turks. The green Nubians player, Proles, who's doing very well for himself. He has Sugar and Gems as his early rares with the Nubians, which is really nice. He's popping off there. And then we've got Jatin, the white Iroquois player, here in the back. And then on this very right side, across from the Persian player, we've got the light blue Maya player, TNO. Definitely a huge advantage for WL that they have access to the center early, and it's really easy to reinforce, right? You build upwards with Proles and Jatin, and you just build a nice defensive wall, and then you can push any of these 3 capitals pretty easily. On this side, a lot of it is going to be who gets to build the first city, and it looks like TNO is the fastest here. He's going to go for mill before Boo has even finished the library. We'll take a quick look at the ruin counts here. Irish with Dutch and Proles with 200 ruins each. Tino has 150. Those are a lot of ruins, and Dave and Fatabi are really struggling. Only 1 and 2 ruins respectively, and everybody else kind of has like 3-ish. But man, the rune counts are kind of out of control comparatively. Definitely WL getting the better end of it, right? We have 2 players that are incredibly fast, and Tino has a mill done, and we see Civic first for Boo. Not sure if this is going to work out for Boo. I think he's going to get a city denied here. Oh, no, he's building in the back. That would make a little bit more sense. So maybe it could work out for him. Let's take a look at what are the other techs here. We see Commerce and Civic for EL, a bunch of Commerces for WL. Very aggressive city placement for iRush. Up in the front there, he's going to contest Silver. Or not Silver, sorry, Salt. And we can talk about the rares now. So for EL, we'll start with them. They have Silk, they have Wine, they have Amber, there's Diamonds over there. In the pocket, there's Wine, left side. Spice, Relics, Silk, Tobacco, Obsidian. Moving further along, there's Horses, but that's kind of contestable. There's Silver, Sugar, Furs, Pappy, Gems. Wow, this is a really, just like, look at this screenshot. I mean, some nice rares there. And then there's Citrus, 2 Cottons in a row. On the other side for WL, they've got Silver, they've got Tobacco, and this raid is going down, and Boo looks dogs. He's gonna have enough food very soon, but he's really short on the timber. Yeah, he's building farms and stuff. It looks like Dave has found himself to go mill, which is definitely gonna hurt him, right? Dave is the Inca player. So this mill is really working out for TNO. Okay, anyways. Rares. Silver, Tobacco. In the back here, there's Furs, Happy, 2 Marbles. There's Bison, Citrus, Amber, Horses, Wool, Relics, Sugar, Dye, Spice, Obsidian, Copper, Gems, Salt, Citrus, I don't know if I said that, Horses. So pretty balanced rares, I would say. I mean, I think EL have slightly better runs, but everybody has so many good rares that it's probably a relatively minimal thing here. Proles is doing very well for himself. He has 1-1-1-0. He's going to go for a very forward tower to protect this Salt, which I think is a good choice. It looks like he's going to be paired with... I'm actually not sure where Jatin's going. Jatin, he's built his barracks. He's sending them up through the center. Again, this raid from TNO has been really annoying. I don't know how... Let's take a look at how many units he's killed. He's killed 1 unit, but he's caused a lot of damage in terms of army size. And if you just look at Boo's army, Boo's really struggling here. he has his wood better, but his food is really not there. And only now Dave built his barracks way in the back here. He didn't want to get it denied, but Dave is also struggling because he went mill for Boo. Definitely that sugar is going to help him out. I think WL and EL both have sugar. And Fatabi's actually surprisingly slow. He has the lowest score on his team, partly because TNO's been killing people, but Fatabi's like actually wait, he's really slow. What the heck? Maybe he's got like no. I'm gonna take down again. Yeah, he's got like no room. That would make sense. Quick pause. But no problem. Hey Phantom, how's it going? Okay, nice raid from Jatten here, and then another nice raid from Jatten. Microing both sides. Let's see if he loses his slinger. No, he doesn't. He's really good. Got him. Jatten has a lot of units. He's not quite at 100 food income, but he's definitely slowing his opponents down. Definitely give the edge to WL in the early game here. Feels like they're causing a lot of havoc to their opponents. Fatabi's actually not using any rares, which is a bit surprising. And he's sending out merchants now, but if you compare that to, well, Prolays is not, it's not really a fair comparison because Prolays is Nubian. But this tower is definitely going to help them a lot, and having access to salt is pretty nice for him as well. Gatten's still being really annoying. We'll take a quick look at the kill counts. Gatten's killed 6 units. What did Steez lose all those units to? Is he like losing slingers to hoplites or something? Oh my goodness, this is an utter disaster for Steez. He's lost all these units, and Jatten, you know, he has his units just running around, just raiding both iRush and Steez. Nice raid here from Prolays. He's gonna get blocked by Steez, but at the very least, he's able to be really annoying. He might be able to get away with it at the moment, I'm not sure. So much more intense early game here. We do see that TNO built backwards. It looks like they haven't scouted silver. Oh, they just do now. That's an important rare for them. It looks like it just got in his territory once Civic had finished. So that means Prolays couldn't scout it until now. So he actually isn't using it, which is a little bit unfortunate for him. Jatten's making a lot of space here. Let's take a look who's aging. We've got Steez and Dave and Fatabi and Prolays aging. Fatabi said in the chat he was going to go for a no government rush. Fatabi is doing very well for himself. He queued up that mill 2 now after aging. He's using furs. He has salt and sugar and gems. Wonder where he's going to go. He also has those 2 towers placed down. This is really excellent play for Fatabi. TNO is going to be rushing in the back there, or being annoying in the back. And it looks like finally EL have secured themselves this diamonds, which was getting raided continuously. Really curious where Fatabi's going to go with these units. Also what Dave is up to. Dave is age 2 now. He's putting down his mine immediately. He's going to get some good wealth income very soon. He's actually using cotton of all things. Pretty interesting choice of rare considering, you know, they have all those excellent rares. Let's take a look at how each team is scouting is. WL has done a pretty good job scouting. They've only just missed some in the back, whereas EL's scouting is much more sloppy. They haven't seen any of WL's territory here in the middle. Looks like Fatabi's going to go for this side. He's got stable siege factory. Does he have a barracks? He doesn't have a barracks. What are the defenses here for Boo? He's got a tower at Cotton. And is, you know, going to be able to help Fatabi at all? I would have really liked to see Fatabi actually just triple this side. I think Dave's in no position to help out. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that he's building here, but that is his choice. Raids in the back, still being really annoying. Dave with his light horse trying to clean up some of the raids. Looks like things have slowed down a bit. Do see that Fatabi's also using this salt here. What sort of tech choices are they up to? Okay, we do see Prolays has gone for the mill 2 before government, and he's actually finished up Despot now. So he's, or sorry, he had Despot earlier. But he is Despot with 100 economy with Nubians. Look at all these rares he's using. Oh my goodness. He's only at 33 population, but he doesn't need that much population. Yeah, this looks like a kind of ill-fated attack for Fatabi. He doesn't have any units here. And Boo sees the sieges here. A little bit surprised that Fatabi didn't have more units, but he's pulling militia. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And Boo is nowhere close to attrition or militia for that matter. He needs a little bit more wealth. Oh, he's gonna get gifted metal from Dave and Steez and iRush. Some nice teamwork from them. He needs to get this allegiance immediately. I think Fatabi's actually gonna be too late if Boo clicks up on both, but maybe they can take this city before anything bad happens. Boo's gonna barely finish up Senator here. TNO doesn't have a ton of units. The militia are here. I don't think this is going to work out for WL. It could be them throwing their lead here. Take a look at this side. Gatton is also despot, so it's double despot on this left side for WL. And what sort of government do they have here? No government yet for iRush, and Senator for Steez. So it looks like they're going to try and hold out while their allies hopefully win that side. All these militia pulling. There's no attrition yet. I don't know what Boo spent his wealth on, but look at all these militia from Fatabi. He's gotten so many units. Some decent micro from both sides. A bribe trying to go down for the sender. Gonna try and bribe a bowman. Fatabi's lack of a general is definitely hurting him a lot, but it's also like didn't have the resources to spare. And these militia are now here. He's ready to go ham on the side. I'd like to see if Fatabi starts sieging down buildings. Yep, he's gonna siege down the library, sieging down farms. I think WL have the city. Wow. Dave's just pouring in units, desperately trying to hold his position. He has 2 barracks and a stable. Desperately trying to hold, but not sure if this is going to work out. Okay, it looks like they did take the city. Where did all Fatabi's militia go? Did they all die? What happened? Yeah, I do see a lot of carcasses, but... city's very back and forth. I think WL are gonna, or EL are gonna take it back because they have this archer line. And, TNO doesn't have upgraded units, but oh, maybe, I don't know. Problem is Fatabi just doesn't have any units. Kind of all-in himself here. He needs to kill enough of these buildings for it to be worth it, but I don't think it was worth it. He threw away all of his citizens. The left side, they're pushing here with oh, look at this giant army from Prolate. He's pulled all the militia. Same with Steez, no attrition from him yet. Where's Jatton? He's on the backside. He's about to catch iRush with Dutch's units. I think this is... I mean, there's a single tower and a lookout. This one's building. I can't really tell who's going to win here. I think it's going to be WL, but it's close. Okay, yeah, they do take the city there, despite the repair, or lack of repair, rather. It's just iRush with Dutch doesn't have any... He fell way too behind in the raids. On this side, Dave is doing very well for himself. Dave has gone despot, no surprise there. Very active game early on. I don't know, folks. Who do you think is ahead? I'm not really sure who. I think WL is, but I mean, Fatabi's super dead, right? Fatabi has nothing. He has no government. Oh, the Relics is pinged out by Prolays. Prolays used up all his units there. Oh, they're actually going to lose the city. Yeah, this archer line from iRush has gone. Jatton just like kind of ignored him. Right, well, suddenly the scores have flipped for EL. They have the advantage now magically. We do see Senator for Boo. Okay, so let's look at people's knowledge incomes. I'm gonna take a look at knowledge gathered. Looks like Prolis is doing the best by far, and the next best person is Steez, and then Jatton, you know, and then everybody else has like basically nothing. Dave and iRush have it a little bit, but Boo and Bobby have nothing. Bobby doesn't even have a university yet. Alright, looks like all of the action has slowed down a bit. Again, I think this is favoring EL here, that the game has slowed down a bit. You know, with the Inca player over time, he's going to get a lot of units. Colossus thrown down for TNO. Don't know if I like this choice. I think he should have gone for pyramids or something. Something to help us get his economy together, because right now his economy is pretty terrible, given that he went despot. I'm actually pretty surprised that he did go despot. I thought he was going to go senator, but... Relay's pushing here. He did lose a lot of economy there, but not as much as Prolay's. Prolay's lost all of his citizens. But he's going to be ready to age on Science 2. Kind of surprised they didn't go commerce too. Especially with... They have so... Dave's going at Fatabi's capital. Oh no, Fatabi. What a disaster. He doesn't have attrition. He has militia, definitely. We saw him earlier, but he's in a lot of trouble. You know, desperately trying to take Boo out. Boo looks like he's almost dead, but I mean, Fatabi. Oh, look out, man! Look out! But Dave looks like he's got him, and that's gonna be the first cap sack of the game. Maybe it's the last one, because Fatabi looks super dead here. Gan's here with a couple units, but they're not gonna be able to match up against Dave's army. Oh, Fatabi, what did you do this game? On this side, they've recognized that Burley's alone, so they're just starting to trade with him being really annoying. There's a pretty large army for Irish. Dave's gonna back off. He says, I don't want to throw away my army. And Dave's gonna go for Hanging Gardens now with all that money. Oh my goodness, he's so rich. Burley should be close to aging very soon. He can click up now if he wants to. It's 3 caravans, but only 2 cities. Oh, Phantom, that's a good point. That TNO's Colossus will be good since you won. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh my goodness, look at... What the heck? He's at 125 knowledge income for TNO. Oh my goodness. Alright, so Fatabi is super dead, right? He doesn't even have Science 1 right now. He just needs to pump out some archers and hopefully try and... He needs to, like, get his economy together and just try and get something together. Because he's super dead. He's, compared to Dave, I mean... Night and day, right? Dave has a massive army, so... Both players aging, Japanese player aging, and Nubian player aging. Gatton went back for the Commerce 2. Korean's player still has Senator, but doesn't have Commerce 2. Isn't close to aging either. Take a look at Boo. Boo is very far from aging. He still needs Civic. Well, actually not that far. He needs Civic and then he needs Age. But he's Persian too. River and stuff, so... You know, really needs this Commerce 2 to get his economy together. Fatabi's pulled his catapults over here, which is a nice choice. He needs to start sieging away with these towers. Dan's gonna try and pick off these catapults because, or the flaming arrows. Oh no, he's actually just fighting him. Okay. Oh, I really actually like this army composition he's gotten. It's a hit and run style where you're punishing your opponent for having no scout. If they have a bunch of archers, it doesn't matter as long as the fights are not protracted. Like, he just needs to back off right now, and then that was a great trade. But Dave is back again. Got a very large army. He's aging now. Fatabi looks like he can't hold it off. Very exciting game this far. I think EL are gonna... I would say EL definitely have the advantage. The Hanging Gardens and Evil Age. Dave's gonna take Fatabi's capital again. He's aging up right now, which is really hurting them. They don't have enough siege. I think Fatabi's dead. I think they need to leave him and just try and kill one of the players here. Or help TNO here. TNO's gonna have Commerce 2, which means his economy's gonna pop off right now. He's gonna get another caravan. He's gonna max out there. Nice fort from Boo. I'm surprised that he was able to get it up, but Boo is really struggling. So they're in similar situations, except Fatabi is literally dead, whereas Boo will be dead very soon if Dave doesn't help him. Gatton's here to try and reinforce. This is hurting. This is hurting Proles a lot. Proles again doesn't have crossbows, so that's a really big struggle. And Irish has aged. Pyramids thrown down for Steez. That's a nice choice. Just taking up the next best wonder. Surge, I see you in the chat. Yeah, so Surge, I think Surge is right. Surge says in the chat, there was no need for a rush in the first place. They had this game with positioning only. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, like, it really felt like Fatabi threw away a very good opening position with his 2 cities. Like, Dave can't push here, right? Like, he just can't. It's so far away from his cities. Like maybe he can try and raid, but I really felt like Fatabi just tried to force something that wasn't there. TNO wasn't really in a position to help him yet. And now the game is suddenly very close, and Jan has to walk back over because he's like, okay, well, Prolace is gonna die if I don't help him. Prolace is a pretty big army, but look at all these pikemen. Oh my god. It's gonna be 8 pikemen, plus all of these crossbows and Ashigaru's early bushy, I mean. They don't have the archers to trade with this. They only have a single archer here and 2 archers here. And they just need to try and take a decisive fight. But all of these crossbows raining down in the back, 7 crossbows for Steez in this tight pack. Like, the problem is Prolace's cavalry can't get to the back line. Steez is wisely choosing to hold his pikemen there. I think this is over. He's desperately trying to take this side, but he needed a little bit longer to try and get units together. Hobby. Okay, but GG is called. Wow, that is going to be game number 2 going in favor of EL. Really felt like WL had the winning... They were dealt the winning hand with this positioning, and they just kind of threw it. For whatever reason, this rush really didn't pan out for Fatabi. He just didn't have that many runes, so he was much slower than expected. They were not able to deal a critical blow to. That's a pretty rough one for WL, and I think EL are gonna be sighing a breath of relief because it did seem like WL had the upper hand for a lot of that game. Again, we saw a lot of raids in the middle of the map here that were quite impressive from Jatten and Prolace that gave them the advantage on this side, but ultimately they were just not able to counteract this counter rush here from Dave. MVP of this game, hard to say. Let's take a look at the stats. So units killed, Dave has the most. Fatabi has the most units dying. And economy-wise, Steez is doing probably the best, and Prolace is the best on this game. Yeah, I mean, it's just like if you look at the knowledge, right? Like overall, at the end of the day, WL on all of their players had higher knowledge than everybody else on EL, aside from Fatabi. So again, it felt like they were trying to force something that didn't happen. Ultimately, that's gonna be game number 2 going in favor of EL. Honestly, my favorite moment from this game was when Boo was like, "I'm getting rushed," and then everybody sends him 100 metal. Like everybody on this team. That was really nice. Really nice play. Yeah, that is gonna wrap up game number 2. Gatton contacted me and he said a game dropped, so we're rematching. Gatton said a game dropped, so they're rematching. So we're gonna have to sit tight. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the stream running. But for now, we will not have a secondary game. We won't have another game to cast until that game finishes. So thank you again for your patience, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the cast so far. And yeah, I'm just gonna go sit tight for a little bit until the game finishes. Jatten said, let's see. Yeah, so that was a couple of minutes ago, so it might take a little bit. I'm gonna leave the stream running, but I'm gonna set a timer for approximately 30 minutes. So, because that's, I don't know. Well, we'll see. And then we'll start the next round as soon as I get the replays. So sit tight. Hope everybody is enjoying the cast. All right, and that's gonna be, again, it's 2-0 in favor of WL. I'm gonna start the timer for 30 minutes, and we'll reconvene in a bit. All right. Worst case, I'll just sit and chat with you guys for a little bit after 30 minutes, and we can just wait until whenever the game finishes. Right. Apologies again, folks, for the delay in starting as well as the delay now. Sometimes things come up, and that's totally okay. All right, we'll be back in around 30 minutes. Actually, I should probably read through the chat. Thanks, Itachi. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, so Phyllis told me that something came up, and that's okay. So, it's all good. Yeah, Serge. So I'm trying. The goal is to cast all the games in one go, but it's totally possible that it pan out depending on if when how late it goes, because I might get tired, especially because I'm one person. So we'll see. Yeah. So we'll be back in around 30 minutes. Go chill, take a break from the screens, right? Stop looking at the screen and see you. We'll be back in around 30 minutes. So see you around then. Bye bye. All right, folks. I got back. So as a reminder, what happened was they are currently replaying game 3 because there was a drop that happened. They played like a lot of game 3 and then there was a drop. So the rules of the tournament are you can replay it, right, if the game is even. So I'm assuming that's what happened. So they're replaying the game, which is why which is why we haven't done anything for like half an hour or so. So yeah, that's kind of why. We'll start up the stream as soon. I'll start up the game as soon as I get access to the, to the game replay. But for now, we just wait until it's finished. Thank you everybody for your patience thus far. Hope you are doing well. I took a little walk around outside to get off the screen time. It's always good to get your brain working again. Hey Johnson, how's it going? So we're just chilling for a bit. I'm gonna take a look. Okay, I was told they just finished. So if you have friends that are not watching currently, tell them to get back on the stream, because we should be starting very. Thank you, MT. I appreciate the compliment. All right, I have the replay. Versus game 3. All right. Ramsey. All right then. No comment. All right. So I'm gonna start up game number 3 now. X work. Stream seems fine. All right. Well then. Back to Rise of Nations. Okay, so let's do a quick recap of the series thus far. All right. So what's happened so far is that not centered? Wait, hold on. 1 second, folks. Oops. I think this scorecard is not centered. Oh no, I messed up everything. Disaster. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, we're just gonna fix the centering of stuff. All right, that should be. All right. Okay, I believe I fixed it. All right, so we are in. So reminder of what happened in the series so far. So we casted games 1 and 2. Again, EL versus WL. This is the Nomadium 3 semifinals. I'm your caster, ASE the pair. We were casting games 1 and 2, and then we had a quick break because there was a drop. They were playing game 3, and then there was a drop. And so they replayed it from the beginning. So it took a little while, but now we're going to jump back into game number 3. So if you have friends that you know aren't watching the stream, go ahead and ask them to join again because we're about to jump into game. All right. So game number 3 looks like it's another 4v4, which I'm thankful for. 4v4s are pretty exciting games. And it looks like everybody is exactly the same as the first set. Again, the first 2 games were played earlier on, I believe it was last week or the week before, I forget. But it looks like they're the exact same players. So another game with the same players. Let's take a look at the players and their nations. So, first of all, this is Old World. It looks like Himalayas because of the tile set, but you can tell it's Old World because there's no trees near the borders and there's a lot of river. Okay, so let's take a look at the players and their nations. So we'll start with EL. EL has iRush with Dutch with Mongols as the tier 1 player. Tier 2 is Steez, Romans player is the tier 2. And tier 3 is Dave with French, the tier 3 player. And tier 4 is Boo with Russians. Hey Fatabi, enjoy the show. David says we love you, Fair. That's funny. On the other side, for WL, we've got tier 1 is TNO with Germans. Tier 2, Fatabi with Bantu. Tier 3, Jatin with Greeks. And tier 4, Proles with Chinese. All right, so this is, again, none of the nations are uncommon, so this gives us a lot to talk about. So tier 1, I actually really dislike the Mongols. And obviously you can, it depends on, you know, wait, hold on, what's happening? Surge, first game was played on Amazon. Yeah, wait, 1 second. I was having a, not receiving enough, what? You mean? All right, hold on. My OBS is being a little bit annoying. I just want to make sure that how do I do this? 1 sec, folks. Making sure that we're not dropping too many frames or anything. All right. Okay, back to the game. Yeah, okay, so it looks fine now. I got a notification from YouTube. Oh, what's happening here? If you could tell me in the chat if it's lagging or bad quality or anything, please let me know. I'm just gonna assume it's not because it looks fine from my end, even though that YouTube is giving me errors and stuff. Yeah. Huh. It's really weird. Okay, maybe it was just like a brief thing. Anyways, okay, so nations for this old world map. So I was saying I actually don't really like the Mongols pick on this map, and that's because now it leaves WL open to picking a water map where Mongols are highly favored, such as Outback, for example. And I think Germans are just as good on these types of maps. Obviously, you know, Mongols having a nice open map can be really good, right, for the rating and such, but I think just having like a more generic tier 1 like Germans or maybe even Turks could be a better pick compared to the Mongols, because now WL is highly incentivized to pick like Outback next game, and then, you know, y'all won't have Mongols for that map. So I do think WL have the better pick here. Tier 2, we see Bantu versus Romans. I actually really like Romans on this map. Just having the extra wealth can be really helpful from a tier 2 player. And Romans, you know, one of the weaker nations, and it's totally okay to just like kind of throw them away, because tier 3, we see French, one of the strongest tier 3 nations in my opinion at least. Played by Dave, who we've seen has excellent micros, so definitely a good choice for him. Gotten with Greeks. Greeks are also pretty solid. And finally, Chinese and Russians. You know, it's kind of whatever nations. I'm not super looking at those. Give me hold on 1 second, folks. We are going to make sure the tech is working out. Huh. For some reason on YouTube's end, it's saying my stream status is poor. Not really sure why though. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain stream. So confused. Apologies, folks, for the tech mistakes. I'm not really sure what's happening here. Okay, whatever. I'm assuming it's fine because nobody's complained about it in the chat thus far. All right. Mentalist showing his use. Anyways, so let's talk about where the players are located. We can start with W all this time. We've got TNO on this left side as the tier 1 player with Berlin, Germans, white German player. In the back here, we've got the blue Chinese player, Proles, the green Greeks player, Jatin, and then finally on the very right side, the light blue Bantu player, Fatabi. Appreciate you guys in the chat who are, you know, being positive and mentalist, whatever you're doing, I guess. We've got Steez, the orange Romans player, Boo, the yellow Russians player, and on the other side, Dave, the red French player, and Irish with Dutch, the purple Mongols. Okay, so again, the matchup on this side is Mongols plus French versus Chinese and versus Chinese and Germans. I mean, considering it's Dave on French, I'm definitely worried for WL that they're gonna get run over here. Like I feel like it's very scary for Proles. On this side, we have Romans and Russians, but I think it's much less likely they get run over because one, you know, Russians, you can put your city in front, you can be very defensive. Two, they're very far away from their opponents, even though Fatabi has Bantu, you know, it's still very helpful. And three, the Romans player can spam towers and has good wealth income for archers. Like I think EL has the advantage in terms of position. Slightly problematic for them is this river, right? If you look here, I Rush with Dutch. I Rush with Dutch has this river here. It's kind of, one, protecting him, right? But also, it's kind of blocking him off from pushing forward. Like, he needs to be on his opponent's territory way over here. And if he ever needs to retreat, I mean, he's retreating into river fire. That's really bad. So that's a big problem for him. That might be a big problem for him. Looks like everybody's going for civic or commerce so far. No mills. We do see Boo going for civic 1 as a Russian player. He's going to grab these wood camps and protect them. Nice city placement from him. Let's take a quick look at the ruin counts, shall we? The ruin counts a little bit more even than the last game. Dave is definitely leading by far, followed by Jatin, and then Boo and Irush both have 5. TNO and Proles have 4 each. Steez has 3, and Fatabi, again, fortunately for him, he only has 2, so lagging a bit behind there, but it's sometimes you just get unlucky. We'll talk about the rares quickly, if I can select one of these markets. So we can start with EL. For EL, they've got access to wine, they've got access to salt and gems, as well as maybe horses. I'm not sure if they can get horses. There's diamonds in the middle here. This is wool. On the left side, there's cotton and dye. And along this top side, there's silk. For WL, they've got access to silver, maybe horses, depending on where Fatabi goes, the second city. I don't know if he scouted that or not. There's sugar, tobacco, furs in the back. There's obsidian, as well as spice and citrus. There's bison here, and amber, as well as peacocks. Pretty interesting set of rares. I think... I forgot who it... Okay, he's missing. I mean, I think I give the slight edge to EL in terms of rares just because gems is so good on a map like this. Like, just having map control is incredibly important. And it also looks like they're going to be able to snag horses from Fatabi. Right, I don't know. Where did Fatabi put his... Oh, he put his third city in the back. Okay. A little bit surprised that he didn't sit forward, but it is how it is. I actually would have really liked a Civ here, just like, or a Civ in the back there. Like, obviously it opens up 2 fronts, but your opponent might be able to sneak armies through here, so rough. We do see Mill 1s coming out. TNO is the first one with Mill. He's actually going to go for a defensive tower first, recognizing that, you know, don't want to get raided too early. And I Rush with Dutch, he's already queuing up a hoplite, setting in the back. So everybody's going to be able to get their Mill up very soon. Jatin doesn't have Mill. Who has Proles? All of the WL players except for Jatin have Mill. Definitely interested to see what Fatabi does with his Bantu. You know, Bantu, one of their powers is their infantry run really fast, so that means they're quite good at ancient raiding. Looks like a pretty quiet game thus far. Again, I am worried for WL on this left side here. It really feels like French plus Mongols are just a better combination than Germans plus Chinese. So definitely scary. Again, we do see in the chat they're talking about. So for example, TNO says Dave going Com 2 again. Probs. They have to use the same nations and the same map, and they already played like 30 or so minutes of it. We didn't see that match because it got dropped, but that is you know, a big factor. You know, desperately trying to raid there with the citizen. Not going to work out. And Irish is going to miss Merchant with his hoplite, unfortunate for him. Alright, Fatabi is going to now scout that horses. And actually, Jatin has gone for Civic 2 without die. So definitely a greedier play. I think this is actually a decent choice. This is a critical city position, and it's unlikely they'll get rushed with a Russians and Romans player who are so far away. So for that reason, him being a bit greedier, getting another caravan up, and increasing his wealth income with another really cheap university could be a good play. So we'll just have to see if it pays off. He also is quite fast if you look at the score-wise. And iRush is 1-1-1-1, and he's aging. So let's see what he's up to. P&O is also the first one to age on his team. He's actually the lowest score. Quickly check. Right. Like, anybody lost any units aside from T&O's? Oh, he didn't even... Okay, nobody's lost any units. Again, a quiet start despite any players going for military. Just making sure they don't get raided. And everybody's going to age up. Let's take a look at see what sort of other techs we've got. Boo's gone Civic 2, and he's built here to protect this diamonds from his team. That's a pretty interesting play. Did have die, unlike Jan, but he's definitely slower than Jan. It seems like he had a much faster start. And then Dave has skipped Mill and gone for Commerce 2. You do see, Tabi sniping some gems merchants, even though he's burning in attrition here, because it's only 2 attrition in Ancient Age. Side, we do see Fatabi attempting to defend silver, but not going to be able to, and so that means this is going to be a successful raid from Steez. I'm expecting them to move these merchants very quickly. Nice raid here in the back on Spice from iRush. He's going to be able to pick off a bunch of merchants, and they're not really paying attention. Again, but the scores tell a different tale, right? WL are ahead in score. It seems like Fatabi and Jatin have been able to get stuff done. Fatabi's actually killed a merchant here against the Russians player. Now he's going to be able to run away and save these units. Nice play from him. Unfortunately, these silver merchants are not long for this world. Alright, so we do see iRush is going to go for Republic. Dave with that Comm 2, he did use Silk. I'm totally expecting him to go Despot here and just try and push here with a Comm 2 Despot. Let's see what they have to muster for defense for the side of WL. So we've got Science 1 finished for Prolays. He's going to go for Senator. And what is, going to go? He already finished this. So, okay, this is a lot of units already for iRush. Haven't used it. Tino nicely running around with some light cavalry, trying to be annoying at relics. Brief pause, but no problem. Jan's gonna start raiding himself. He went back for Commerce 2, so he's popping off in the wealth income. He'll have 3 caravans very soon. His eco's not actually amazing, but fine. Fatabi's actually gonna go for Civic 2, and he's gonna Civ on silver to defend that silver there. And Dave is gonna go for that Despot as we expected. This is a very strong Despot, a French Despot. Commerce 2 Despot. I'm not really sure how they're going to plan to defend this. It's going to take a lot of work. I think they need to start building units now instead. Defensively, positioning-wise, so Dave can push here, right? He can push on Utah, and this is a very open plan, which definitely favors a Despot player. Pushing on Munich is a little scarier because there's a river, right? I need a lot of archers. We do see Temple going down to Utah. Bobby's going to secure silver for his team by going for that 4th city there. I mean, Jatin's ecos actually aren't that great, but Jatin's doing some nice work here with some raids. These heavy cavalry are really annoying to deal with. At this point, you don't, if you're Steez, you don't really want to make that many units. Oh my goodness, look at how much wealth he has. He doesn't even have a university yet. All of that wealth. Steez is really struggling to deal with these raids. These heavy cavalry are so annoying. They're so fast. The companions. Nice annoying bowman from Fatabi. I'm sure when that got there, but Dave scouting with his Despot, nice work. And we do see Power Lookout already being thrown down for Prolays. This river might be annoying. He really needs to position his defense in the back here. I would like to see him put some buildings here, left side. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't put a stable there. Doesn't want to get a siege. Oh, this hoplite from earlier still didn't get dealt with, so iRush is going to be able to cancel, or at least delay Prolays' city here. Definitely annoying for Prolays. Dave finishes up his Civ 2. He's going to have a very nice eco, despite his Despot. And Steez only now finishes his Republic. He's very far behind. Look at his score compared to everybody else in the game. Before the game heats up, we're gonna take. Oh, wait. There's a nice, interesting raid here from TNO. He's gonna try and be annoying with his light cavalry, but he's gonna get chased away immediately by iRush's opposing cavalry. Let's take a look at the eco here. So, knowledge-wise, Jadden is definitely farthest. He's Greeks after all, and then Fatabi and Proles are doing pretty well for himself. TNO is definitely dragging in the knowledge department. Dave, iRush, and Boo are the farthest on their team, with Steez dragging behind as well. A pretty slow game so far. I haven't actually seen Dave do anything with his Despot yet. He seems content to just boom up and get his eco going. I'm a little bit surprised that he did go that Despot. Now that he hasn't really done much with it. Take a look at scouting wise. EL have done a kind of meh job of scouting their opponents. They don't really see any of their opponents' territory there in the back. Ooh, nice raid here from Jadden. Jadden did go Despot in the end there. And he's going to be really annoying. I think the Despot is a nice move, and Fatabi being annoying here. I don't know who wins this. Jadden's going to go back for Colossus, of all things. I'm a little bit surprised that he's putting down Colossus when he's, when he's Despot. And I'm actually a little surprised that neither team has really thrown down any wonders. Like, I understand why Dave hasn't thrown down a wonder, but I feel like iRush could totally get away with a wonder, or like Fatabi if he wanted to. Some light skirmishing, nothing too fancy here. Steez is definitely the weakest link so far. If you look at his economy, it's really not good. Not using some of the best rares his team has, and he's kind of getting doubled right now because Boo can't really help him. Siege is coming out. Fatabi's going to go for a Siege Factory, and Jadden has a Siege Factory ready. Jadden's actually going to be able to age like right now, so this is a huge problem for them. Jadden has a bunch of cavalry, so he's going to be able to try and snipe this Senator, which isn't going to be able to get a bribe off, and now he's going to be able to kill a bunch of cavalry, or a bunch of archers, I mean. Really nice micro from Jadden. Other side, Dave trying to poke in, but he's actually going to get caught by two parties. He has a much larger army than both, but he's going to get caught. Jadden only lost a single cavalry in all that trading. And Boo trying his best to micro as well, but these cavalry are so annoying to micro against. Looks like Boo is going to be able to keep his units alive. It's fortunate for him. Hanging Gardens for TNO. Jadden has finished aging, so he's definitely the furthest ahead. I'm expecting him to see him with a heavy crossbow, heavy cavalry. Yeah, that looks like his plan. His economy is pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. Boo's economy is a little bit better, but he's obviously behind in tech. And Dave has a lot of units. He's going to age up now, and I think Proles needs to spam units. He's going to get run over. Oh, he's not paying attention. Oh no, what a disaster. He's fighting this. He needs to back off right now. Right now. Okay, I think he actually didn't lose it there. But he might lose his spares. No. Dave's going to let him have it. Here we see iRush, who hasn't aged yet. He went for Science 2, and he's going to click up on the age now. But he has a pretty large army as well. On this side, still Jadden and Fatabi are just bullying, completely bullying the very weak Steez right now. Steez is really struggling. And Steez says, I honestly might die. I think he is dead. Like, he is going to die. But we'll have to see. Jadden doing a good job microing. He's getting a lot of kills with his Despot. Probably a little bit slow on the draw there. They need to pump out more units to try and force their advantage. Boo's finished aging, or he's almost finished aging. Looks like Jadden just kind of threw away his cavalry there. Looks like, yeah, a bad trade, unfortunately, for Jadden. They are keeping Steez behind, but they can't keep throwing away their units. They need to mass up a larger army. On this side, oh, big push at Munich. They're going to try to force the city. iRush hasn't finished his pikeman upgrade yet, and the city is going to be saved by a timely age up from TNO, but they are losing the side for the side of WL. The Despot's really hurting them. They can't deal with all these crossbows and heavy chevaliers from Dave. They're getting kind of run over right now. I think TNO skimped on the units a bit. He's floating a lot of resources. He needs more production. I think he's just getting out microed right now. Gonna lose the city of Munich here. On the bottom side, Jatin and Fatabi are desperately gonna try to take the city of Saturnia again. He's gonna die very soon, I think. Boo is gone mostly untouched for now. And they are gonna take the city of Munich on the top side. Jen says, other side fine. I don't think this looks fine. David's pop capped. He's going to get mill 3 very soon. Proles has no army. There is a fort for the German player. And his economy is still okay. He's obviously suffering in terms of wealth. Dave's going to go back for pyramids, just recognizing that he needs to make sure he secures his own late game. And Gatton and Tavi are going to back off. Gatton might be going over to the left. Pretty even game so far. I think EL definitely have the advantage, but I wouldn't count WL out of it yet. But this is a very large army. This is like an extremely nasty French despot army, and it's only going to get worse from there. Take a look at who has the most knowledge quickly. Gatton is still leading, but it's fairly even across the board. TNO is just lagging behind. That hanging credits is helping him out, but he's gonna need a lot of help to really catch up here, because there's a lot of units here. Gatton is gonna make the rotation over to the left side, which I think he needs. Otherwise, he's just nice little choice from Steez here. He's raiding silver, which has gone completely unprotected. With Hobby not putting a tower or even making the city large, big mistake from him. Maybe you can catch the units on the street. Proles has some units, but again, just army size-wise, he can't really deal with that. He is going to get a still 3. Does he have a fort? He does have a fort. And Jatin is rotating over again. I'm not really sure they can fight this combined army. It's going to be rough. TNO is struggling to put together an army here. His economy is just gradually going from bad to worse. He builds his markets. Now he can sell some of the metal, hopefully. Jan's gonna ambush. Maybe they can get something done here. It is, if EL charges in with their pikemen, maybe WL can take this, but I'm not even sure a 2v3 they can win, because Kino just doesn't really have that many units. On this side, Fatavi's just trying to keep his opponents busy. Let's see what he's up to. He's just playing defensive. They are sieging away the city of Berlin. This fort's not that close. Where's Jan up to? He's ambushing. Do they see it? They do see it. They have multiple scouts, and they're gonna back off because they see that. Yeah, they're gonna back off. Wise choice from them. They're probably just gonna give up the city of Munich. Oh, maybe they're fighting it. I'm not really sure. It seems very scary to fight right next to a fort, and all these crossbows are really helping out Dave trade out against his opponent. Dave finishes up his plunder, and Jatin, he's doing whatever. Tavi's a decent-sized army, and he's doing pretty well in the tech department. They are going to take back the city of Munich momentarily, at least. I like this aggressive posture from Fatavi. Because he's Bantu, he can just run away immediately if he needs to, and I think it can be really good for him to just constantly pressure. That means he doesn't have to be defensive. Jatin's going to be ready to age soon. Let's take a look. Who else is close? Fatavi's close. Proles is close. David's close. As far as times. It's a pretty large army from Proles. I'm really impressed that he's able to keep such a large army together. What's Jatin doing? Oh, Jatin's going for an army raid on Dave. This is actually a really interesting play. He knows that they might not win in a 2v3 here, so what he's doing is he's trying to split them up and just trying to be as annoying as possible, and also getting plunder for himself, right? He is the despot, just wrecking Dave's economy. Being really, really annoying. Dave doesn't even have militia yet, so that's going to hurt him a lot. Who is sieging at Jatin's city of folk? I don't know. Jatin needs attrition. You can just drive these away with attrition. There's a merchant there. Looks like Jan is rotating back with half of his army, but he's just being annoying with his army raid. Again, these cavalry units, this looks like a standard game. He's just kind of running over Dave's economy here. Dave's definitely losing a lot of villagers there. But they did take a big fight on this top side. I'm sorry I missed most of it, folks. But it looks like this Fire Lancer line from Proles is really helping WL stay in the game. And all of these knights, I'm really impressed with Proles' army composition. Just he has a couple heavy infantry mixed in and all light infantry and cavalry. He just knows the only way they win a fight is to break the archer line, and that's what he's done. He's masterfully crushed them. TNO's lost a lot of units, and so has Proles, but just Dave not having his general there, not having his cavalry there, Gatton did his job. He kept them in the game. I'm really surprised that Boo is not rotating over to help Steez. Steez is kind of just 1v1ing against Fatabi, who's much stronger than he is. They're going to start sieging away at this castle. It's a very forward castle, so that might be some nice metal for Proles. Jan is ready to age. Let's take a look at how close he is. He needs another 400 knowledge. His army is not really together, though. Even though he has a Colossus, he's really struggled for army because he had to help out the other side so much. And Dave's actually going to go on an army raid of his own. Jan sees this with a lookout, nice lookout choice from him. Dave is ready to be really annoying, and I think Jan might lose his city here unless he's really careful, or he plays this well. So Tabi might need to back up and help him. Tabi's going to go for Forbidden City. Proles, let's take a look how close he is to aging. He'll have Science 2 very soon. Surprised he hasn't clicked up on it yet. He has the recent. TNO is doing okay. He has no army, but his economy is actually pretty good. And nice choice from him going for a smelter when he has only his one mountain. Nice. Tabi pressuring here still. Surprised Steez has been able to hold on for so long. 2 towers and 2 barracks here, but Steez looks like he's about to crumble. Tabi has a lot of units, and he has armor. Steez also has armor. Dave's going on a raiding spree here, but I think Jatton actually has the upper hand here. Even though Jatton's units aren't healing and Dave's are, Jatton has faster cavalry, so he can chase down Dave's units. You can also try to snipe the Despot, which would strand all of these cavalry, basically. I think Jatton might throw away a unit. On the bottom side, Fatabi's desperately trying to take this city. All of the militia are pulled for Steez. Let's see who can take it. Quick glance reveals that Fatabi, I don't think he's going to be able to take it, at least yet. Oh, look at this! Proles is going to try and take Amiens because he knows Dave is out of position. Dave has half an army here. Still, Dave's raiding units are there. Let's see. I think Proles loses this, or sorry, Fatabi loses this. Yeah, all of those militia and units are kind of shooting into the towers. He needs to back off now. Ooh, nice move from Proles. He's going to try to snipe the city of Amiens. It's going to be close. I'm not sure if he's going to get it. No, he's going to back off. Okay. Expecting that he's done a good amount of damage, and, you know, no need to force it. Would love to see him go top here now and push away High Rush with Dutch. Dave's cavalry are here and wrecking havoc on Proles' economy. Proles has a huge army, though. Jatton is aging now. The army's not huge. Fatabi's going to back up. Yeah, Fatabi lost a lot of units there. I'm not really sure why he stayed there for so long. Proles is now sieging the city of Trier? And Boo has a pretty large army, but he's recognizing he can't really fight 2 players at once, even though he wants to fight against Jatton when he just aged. He hasn't finished upgrading his army yet. Now it's Steez pushing here. He's actually, his library is really good. His economy's terrible, but his library is really good. Oh, look at this. We've got Proles again trying to force the same city for Dave. Dave is lacking his cavalry. Where is cavalry? Oh, they're still raiding. I don't know if those raids are worth it if he loses this fight, but Proles is actually going to be the first one to break. He needs to get out of here ASAP. These cavalry are running him down. On this side, oh, Boo takes his city, but Jan's going to take it back. Jan has upgraded to gunpowder, and Fatabi is here with a couple units, but he's going to get flanked by Steez. Who's going to retreat to the safety of his castle, and Fatabi is going to try and fight. If Fatabi has a bunch of cavalry, he could take out all these crossbows and win the fight, but he doesn't have that many cavalry. And Boo is getting run over here on this side, slow to retreat, and Jan's going to punish him with the Stratiotai. Really close game, so far at least. Oldie, hello, I see you in the chat. Really nice micro from Skis using the stock command. Alright, so in terms of who's aged, Dave is aged and Irush is aging. Piano is close to aging. He just doesn't have a ton of army. Really wish Proles would have just helped him instead of attacking Dave. Now they're gonna die here and on the left side. Definitely good job from TNO for being able to hold out so long against losing a city early on. You know, he's taking a lot of losses here. His general's a little bit out of position, but he is massacring the cavalry. So the cavalry have broken through the line, and now they're going to take out Tino's crossbows, and that could be the death knell. Tino's going to send cavalry in there on the back. Nice bribe from him as well. Close fight, but I think Irush just broke his cavalry line first. Oh, maybe not. Tino's going to... He killed all the cavalry, and now he's going to walk back in. Maybe he can turn this fight. That bribe. Dave is here pressuring the city of Luta. Proles is aging. Tino is also aging. Lu has aged as well. And Jan's going to start pressuring. He has a pretty large army. He'll have Monarch soon, I imagine. Fatabi still somehow is not aged. He just has a lot of knowledge, but not much. Wow, it looks like... This is so scrappy on this top side, but it looks like Tino was able to... take out Irush's units. Oh, Irush spams two stables and gets free ranged cavalry. Maybe this will turn the tides. Oh my goodness, what a close game so far. Irush is holding against Dave. French in H4 are really strong. Where's Dave's? Sending his despot back. Jan's forcing. He's gonna. This is basically 2 1v1s again. I'm not sure if that favors WL or not. Oh my goodness! Look at this massive army from Boo. He has Senator, not Monarch, but he's gonna push Jan back. Jan has no heavy infantry, and so he's gonna lose a lot of units here. Doesn't have a second general either for a forced march. Unfortunately, his castle got destroyed. Oh my goodness! He's leading units here. A terrible, terrible fight for Jan. 10 heavy knights for Boo. Looks like TNO is not going to be able to hold this city. And this is a nice use of these Chinese heavy fire lances. Normally they're kind of bad compared to Arquebusier's, but what Proles is doing is he's just constantly poking with them because they have slightly higher range. So really nice work. Oh, what is he? Oh, he's trying to snipe the trebuchets. Maybe he'll get them. Not sure if it's worth it. Oh. He's going to catch one. Probably losing heavy knight. Proles is going to back off. Getting raided and back by Dave. Dave, really nice raid. Take a look at how Fatabi's doing. Fatabi's going for Science 4 rather than aging. He just doesn't have the food right now. He's going to go for all the techs. And Dave's trying to run over Proles right now. Oh, Monarchy for Dave. That's going to be the change. 3 bribes from Proles. Really nice work. The spies. Dave have a scout. He has 1 scout. He's not in position. Can this turn the tide of the battle? Not sure. You know, desperately trying to hold on to this top side here. I don't think he has the units to. You know, desperately trying to produce, but he doesn't have Monarch. Admittedly, Irush doesn't have either. Doesn't either. He has a lot of knowledge. And it looks like, unfortunately, despite those bribes, Proles loses his entire army, and he's going to need to back off. Maybe he can send bribes and start his army up again, but he's really far behind. That was a lot of his economy, a lot of his everything. A lot of trouble. Here this side, a big battle between Boo and Jatten. Jatten's Despot definitely hurting him at this point in the game. Can't have as high a resource cap, but he is the Colossus, so maybe he can get something done. Fatabi desperately trying to push here against Steez's units. Steez is mostly caught up at this point to Fatabi. Dave's going to rotate off to the top side. Really impressive defense from Tino. He's still able to hold on against the volley of units from Irish, but ultimately Dave's going to walk to the top and be able to take out in there. Yeah, Prolace has no unit. He's taking too many losses against Boo's army. I'm surprised Boo is staying for this long. Jatten's not pretty. I mean, oh, you're right. I see Emerald Mage. Yes, you're right. I think, you know, accidentally moved his capital somehow. He's gonna lose it actually here. That's a big loss. Obviously, I think they were losing anyways if they lost the city, but that's a cap sack for Dave. Look at how many resources. They're in huge trouble now. And it really feels like this Greek despot has not done as much comparatively as the French despot. Both had similar builds, but at the end of the day, Dave just had much more impact than Jatten. Now things look incredibly dire for WL. I'm not really sure how they get out of this. Maybe if Fatabi had a massive army, but this Science 4 is not really helping anybody, unfortunately, buddy. Minot's dead, Prolace is dead. This thing's looking incredibly dire for the WL team. They're playing it out, which, you know, definitely give them some props, but Jatten's promise to going to Dave's cap is not really working out. He's getting pressured way too much by Boo. He has a massive army of it. Where's Fatabi's army? I think it's... Nice move from Fatabi. He's actually going to double Boo here, clean up the remnants of his army. That's really good. Maybe Jatten can put together an army and then go to Dave and go to the other side and try and save them, but really tough. Pretty sure this is GG, but they're playing it out, so. Well, so it looks like Prolace might be able to take the city back because Dave is kind of sitting here waiting for Peter Berlin. Dave has a lot of Prolace microing leading units, but he is going to take back the city of Luton. That's big. He gets all his production back, which is a big deal. But his economy is really good, so I'm not. Jatten, ooh, what is this? Sneaky Jatten. He's gotten a sizable army going for Dave's capital. Another general. You know, has accepted that he's dead. Got to raise gardens. Jatten is here. I mean, maybe he can cause an upset, but I think Prolace is too far behind at this point. On the bottom side, Steez is pushing against Fatabi. Steez just has too many units, and Prolace is now pushing at Jatten City. But Jatten revealed himself. He's going to siege Paris. Paris does have a temple. I don't know if there's like construction or anything. But they're going to take the city of Berlin. Prolace is putting out quite a resistance despite his absolutely miserable economy. Despite that, he's doing a good job driving them away. just spamming cavalry. Paris is going to be taken. Surprised Dave didn't raise his Senate there. Big mistake. Right, and that's going to be the capital sacked for Jatton. Going to start raising things immediately. He needs this boost. He needs to come on more units. Not really sure what he does now with it though. It still seems like GG. Militia pulled for TNO. He's still gonna die, I think. There's no siege here, so they can't take the city. This bottom side, Fatabi's losing ground to Steez. Steez just his army is too big. And Fatabi really doesn't have the same size army. Jatton also has a secondary army here. He's able to afford it with all those bonus. I think Jatton just needs to run. I think he can't fight against this. And the cap sack was good enough. He drove them away. Maybe they can try and get back Trier. But no siege for either player. You know, it's dead. They take back Dave's capital, and Jatton's just running right now. Boo's rotating back over. Big fight here on this right side. Sorry, I missed a little bit of it. Fatabi and Jatton's units are doubling Steez, and that means it's going to be a good trade. TNO is going to die. Now Steez did lose a good amount of units. I mean, look at his units; they're all so damaged. But just chasing like this is really rough, and guy needs to go defend his own city. Dave's still chasing him here. Dave has so much null. Gonna be ready to age very soon. Huge army for Boo. He's at 123 population. Fatabi's out of position. He's gonna die here. He's gonna get doubled by Boo and he reads it. He's gonna get out, force march to his city here. And the city of Gundu is gonna go down here. There's nothing repaired. Jatton still needs a little bit more time to get his units together. Dave's still chasing Jatton back. I'd like to see Jatton split off his dragoons. Great. Prolase has to contend himself with trying to get an advantage here. He did take back Hanging Gardens for his team. For himself, rather. And his economy is really... And he's also getting raided back by Dave. Really annoying raids from him. Jatton choosing to take a stand right here. He's going to pick off some gems merchants. Take out a keep. But it's going to be really hard to fight against this. Oh, they're going to... Slight miscommunication here. Dave has aged. Jatton's going to try to fight on the left side, whereas Fatabi's going to try and fight on the right side. Maybe if they can get a good flank here, it will work, but Boo just has so many units. He's running over Jatton right now. But he is leaving Steez relatively exposed. Steez doesn't have many heavy cavalry, or heavy infantry. Fatabi actually stopped him. And Jatton calls GG. That is going to be game number 3. GG is called. Really well played by both sides. I think this is probably my favorite of the games thus far. Pretty exciting game. Wasn't really sure who was going to win until a little bit later. At the end of the day, the Com2 Despot really worked out for Dave. He didn't sacrifice his economic growth or his knowledge, and he was just able to be the furthest ahead in tech despite Jatton really, having a good start. And on this side, Steez and Boo were really, they were on the back foot, but Dave put so much pressure on this side that Jatton had to go help them. And that kind of put the game in the hands of Take a quick look at the kill counts here. Yeah, look at the kill count for Dave. Jatton has a pretty good kill count as well, but it's just like Prolays just lost so much when Dave took his city. And Dave also has most wealth and most knowledge, despite going Despot, right? So it just kind of shows you the state of the game. MVP of this game gonna be Dave again. He's played well and he gave it his all. So yeah, that is going to be game number 2, or game number 3. Sorry. So it's 3-0 in favor of 3-0 in favor of EL. Can WL do anything about this? Can they change the score around? We'll just have to see. We're going to take a quick break, about like a 10-minute break. And we'll be back very soon. Sit tight. Hope you are enjoying the cast so far. We'll be back in around 10 minutes. Hello, welcome back to the stream, everyone. Again, this is ASE the Pair speaking. Finally, we are joined by my fellow co-caster, Filisberto. Say hello, Filisberto.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm finally back.
Yeah, so welcome to the stream. We are in the middle of the semifinals of EL versus WL, and it is actually match point. If EL win this next game, they will be on to the finals, and WL would be knocked out. And it is 3-0, so WL have quite a bit of work to do to try and win this series. So far, it looks like EL have just dominated WL. It feels like WL, they've made some mistakes here and there, and EL have really put them at the, they've really taken the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if there's kind of no other way to get to 3-0 without just dominating these guys. So
Right.
let's see what WL can do, and hopefully they can stay alive. It is match point. Maybe something will happen. Maybe the fumes will get burnt, but let's see what happens.
Right. All right. So we're gonna hop right into game number 4 here of this best of 7 series. All right. I'll do a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Right, so it's WL's choice of map because they lost that last game, so they've chosen to pick Australian Outback. And this is something that I was talking about briefly at the beginning of the last game, that I didn't like the Mongols pick from EL that last game. It's because of this exact point. Like, for Outback, you really, really want Mongols, because Mongols are probably the best tier 1 nation, in my opinion, on this map. They're just so fast relative to other maps. And they get away with their cavalry, they're really, really strong. So for that reason, I do like that WL have picked Outback. Let's take a look at their players and their nation. So it's still the same team, so Dane's again on the bench. Let's start with WL this time. We've got Prolays as the tier 1 player with Mongols, as expected. Tier 2 is TNO, or Ogutu Mbeke. Again, apologies if I don't know how to pronounce that. With British. Tier 3 is Fatabi with French, and Tier 4 is Jatin with Korean. On the other side, we've got Tier 1 player is Bu with Turks. Tier 2 player is Irish with Dutch with British. Tier 3 player is Steez with Greeks. And Tier 4 player is Dave with Chinese. Again, pretty interesting draft. All of the nations are different aside from British. I think both teams recognizing that British is really, really good on this map. What do you like, Filisberto?
Yeah, the Greeks pick I really like from Steez. I think, and most people think Greeks is the number 1 nation on this map, on Aussie. And then, let's see, what else do we have? We have Mongols, of course, like you were mentioning earlier. Mongols is pretty good on this map as well. And then TNO is even beat, when WL versus AZ, TNO beat a tier 1 nation with British. So TNO's British is very clean on this map as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think, personally, I prefer French, but I understand why people will believe Greeks. I mean, I'm a sucker for French. So.
Oh yeah, no. French. It's a good thing he's picked French, because there's not much that can deal with the Greeks on this map.
Right.
So yeah.
So we're gonna see the French versus Greeks matchup, except swapped. Last game we saw Jatin and Dave play Greeks and French respectively. This game we're gonna see Fatabi and Steez play French and Greeks. So swapped teams, swapped nations. We'll see what Fatabi can get done and what Steez can get done.
Holy cow! Have you looked at the map positioning? This is absolutely insane.
What is this? There's just like a smattering of colors. Okay, so we can start with EL. So in the pocket, they have the blue, or not. Wait. Oh my goodness.
Dude,
okay.
there's the Fatabi's on the wrong side. There's 3 people on the top, and Fatabi's all by himself on the bottom.
So we can start with
Holy
WL.
cow!
So Fatabi, the purple French player, is stuck in this little corner here. I'm not really sure how this happened.
What the hell?
And then his teammates, he's got Jatin on the left side here, the yellow Koreans player, orange Mongols player, Prolays in the center of the map, and then TNO, the white British player, over here on the top. And then EL's like in a straight line. They've got the blue Turks player, Bu. They've got the light blue Greeks player, Steez. The red Chinese player, Dave. And the green British player, Irish with Dutch. So, yeah, Fatabi's in his own world. He's really gonna
How did
struggle
this
game,
happen?
I don't know
what the
how
heck?
This is gonna...
This is the weirdest position I've ever seen.
Right.
And then like the EL has like just a straight wall. It's the wall of EL or something. Like the Great Wall of China, but it's just EL players. Holy cow. Yeah, this is gonna be explosive. And then I think with Koreans, Jatton picked perfectly because now he can just militia pool somebody because this is gonna get crazy really fast.
I would love to see them double iRush with Dutch here. Just I think Fatabi should go Calm, Mill, Age, and just Despot, and then just kill iRush with Jatton helping him. I think like that is probably your best bet, and then just hold the other side with British and Mongols. Because
Yeah, Fatabi,
he's gonna have a hard time helping out iRush.
yeah, and then these guys have Silk. So what I think Fatabi should do, just like you said, he should just all out rush iRush with Dutch. I don't even think he should wait for Calm 2 Despot. I just just like Jatton did the other game, just go standard Despot. And because if they let TNO die to Turks, they just auto lose. They need to. This is gonna be a fun game.
Right,
oh
right.
man,
Like
holy
if
cow.
you're in EL's shoes, right? Like it's unlikely. Like iRush it's really hard for Dave to help iRush, right? I think the strategy for them is they're gonna triple TNO here with Turks and 2 other nations.
For sure.
Like,
and the cap is like right in front.
Right.
Like, there's no defenses.
Right. And
This is
also this wood camp is actually really screwing over TNO. Like it's a huge wood camp. Don't get me wrong. That's really good for the British player. But the problem is if you do this, if you have this wood camp here, your archers can't retreat backwards. So his archers will be pinned on either the left side or the right side, and that's where all the militia and the cavalry just wipes them out. So that's a big issue for TNO.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, there's no natural defenses. It's all open terrain, so you can get just run down. And then oh my god, yeah, this is looking terrible, bro.
Complications. The situation looks dire. Yeah, I mean it looks really dire for WL. Clearly, I mean this is clearly EL have the advantage in positioning, right? Like.
Holy cow. I mean, there's so many ways for EL to just win this automatically. Like, W needs to do something really quickly.
Right.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the rares quickly. So for EL, I'll try my best to figure out which rares they have, but kind of tough. So for EL, they've got access to, starting from the top, they've got Salt, Silk, Bison, maybe Wine, probably, Silk again, Salt, Diamonds, Silver, Furs, Citrus, Peacocks, Wool, Relics, and Tobacco. For WL, they might have access to Gems and Obsidian, at least Fatabi does. It's like, how do you sneak the merchant through? And then there's Diamonds, Amber on the left side. There's Citrus, Pappy, Copper, Silver, Marble, Peacocks, Copper again, Dye, Tobacco, or not Tobacco, Cotton, and Bison. For WL, I think EL have the better rares. They have like diamonds and sugar and salt and silk.
And silk, most importantly.
Furs, so, like,
yeah, I want to point something out as well. At the top, both Steez and Boo skipped mill because they know they've already forced TNO to have to go mill just based off of fear. So they're already gonna have a better boom than TNO.
Right. We do see Steez. I think he actually did go mill first.
No, he went calm. He went calm mill.
Oh,
what I'm saying is, TNO went mill directly, just based off fear. And what it allows it to do is just allows these two to just boom up, and then now they could just have the boom advantage and still can kill with the Turks in their sieges. So I think things are already going downhill for them. Is what I'm trying to say.
Tabi did go mill first. He has calm mill, and iRush also has calm mill. iRush a little late on the party with making units. But that free archer is a British, man. This merchant, is it going to go down? Oh, Tabi's not going to commit to it, and so instead he's going to lose his hoplite here. Archers are faster.
Oh,
he
man.
Just committed to it, but he's going to save his bowman at least.
Yeah, what time are you at?
I'm at 7:35. Oh, we should take a look at the ruin counts here quickly. Ruin counts, Jatton and Fatabi and Dave are leading. Boo's not far behind, and then everybody else has kind of meager ruin counts.
Yeah, and then I also want to point out, Jatton cived close to the Greek and TNO because he realized that if he doesn't help TNO, TNO just insta-dies, and I think they're just going to go with the 3v3 and let Fatabi 1v1.
Right, and it's not a bad idea. French are quite good at 1v1ing, and if you look at this, WL doesn't have any water aside from Fatabi, so they had to walk all their citizens over to the bottom side, which is pretty funny.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah, this is a very weird game. Oh man. Oh, if you see in the chat, iRush with Dutch is not afraid of Fatabi. He says he's gonna, if you keep Jatin off me, he's gonna rush Fatabi. So we're gonna have a 1v1 at the bottom, boys.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have a 3v3 at the top. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of rares, like clearly iRush has the advantage over Fatabi, right? Just Fatabi has such a hard time sneaking merchants through, and iRush has access to his whole line. But maybe Fatabi can get something done. He only has Calm Mill. I'm expecting him to go for just straight Age and then try and kill his opponent.
Yeah, and then another thing, Fatabi does have Obsidian, which is pretty broken for early game aggression, and he's French. And so he has, I don't know, I think Fatabi should be able to win the bottom side, I think, just with Obsidian.
Right.
But
it's like possible. I mean,
yeah, because British has diamonds. Yeah, you're right. British has diamonds, salt, silver, furs. Yeah, everything's available to him.
Proles has aged. He's building his first stable now, and he's going to get a free heavy horse archer. And then we do see Dave and Boo also aging. Boo, the Turks player, nothing fancy, and Dave looks like he's going for mill 2. So he's going to be very aggressive here as the Chinese player. He has a lot of wealth to play with.
Yeah, and then another thing I want to point out, I don't think we mentioned it while going over the nations, but China is insane on this map, or pretty much any defensive map, because you can just buy food or whatever with your Calm 2, because they do have silk, and just go infinite militia, bro. And you can hold a lot of stuff with the infinite militia. So I think Dave's going to be pretty hard to kill. So I don't know, they just got to be fast on the Greek player, I think.
Right. Surge says it's over. It's over for WL go next. Yeah, I mean, this looks really tough. Again, this is a huge problem. Like, I do not expect WL to win this game. They have a chance,
and then he says, "Oh, there's no next because this is match point, boys."
4 heavy horse archers for Proles. I'm at 1030, and he's gonna send them into diamonds, so he's gonna be able to snipe off these merchants. There is a tower there, but if he micros correctly, he should be able to pick these off. Gadden is desperately trying to defend the bottom side here from the raids from his opponent. Same with Proles. I mean, this is the only fish they have, so they're just trying to hold it there.
Oh my god, yeah. There's Dave has 3 mini boats raiding, yeah, with citrus as well.
Yeah, these barks are so annoying to catch. They're kind of cornered right now, but WL doesn't really have enough units to defend this. Need more boats.
Yeah, I think Surge is right. WL, I think is gonna get knocked out.
Dave's gonna pick off a citrus merchant. Proles is desperately trying to raid continuously with these units, but I don't think he's gonna. Oh, maybe he keeps all of them alive. That's exciting. What's the Turks up to? Going for mill 2 now. Went senator.
Turks, yeah, no, he's 150, 150.
He's only got a 50 mountain, which kind of sucks, but it is how it is.
He does have another mountain in the back he can use.
Yeah.
But like even Dave's raiding him though. Dave's raiding him with a cataphract as well.
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
Oh man, what a weird spawn for the final match. The final, maybe not the final game, but match point at least.
Right. We all have done a decent job keeping up, but again, these water raids are really annoying. Somebody needs to make ships, and nobody's making ships out of W.
Yeah, man, and then, oh man, it's
the
just
raids from Dave are continuing. He has a cataphract raiding Pappy now. Brutal raids from Dave.
Absolutely brutal, yeah. And then I see, holy cow, yeah, Dave's even raiding Jatin on the back too.
Yep. Gone completely untouched. Jatin has militia, but he's.
Yeah, what time are you at again?
I'm at 12:33.
Okay.
And Dave has whales and WL don't, so. Oh, actually, well, John has whales. This tower from is actually working out really well at Edinburgh. With 4 archers in it, he's actually pecking down the city of Athens. So.
Yeah, but look at this. Boo with blue is actually gonna rush Fatabi with Irish. If you see, there's production below Beijing.
Yeah, right. I think Fatabi's
dead.
So
they're just gonna double Fatabi. They're that confident in the hold up front. Very confident, I guess.
A nice ambush here from Prole. He's gonna pick off a bunch of units for free.
And yeah, I think he got Dave Senator as well.
Yeah, and Dave's actually not paying attention. He might lose some more units. Prole has spammed a lot of cavalry. He's got 5 heavy cavalry for nomads.
Yeah, he needs it because Jan will bring the militia, and then they just need the horses for the archers. Yeah, Athens is just gonna go down. But Fatabi's dead too because the Turks are gonna go kill him.
Right. Bit surprised Fatabi hasn't gone for another city. I think he might have needed to prepare for that a bit more, but I think he's dead.
Oh, yeah, no, he's gonna get insta-killed. With the Turk siege, anything can happen.
Okay. Militia are pulled for Jatin. He's gone despot.
Let's go, Jen. Let's see if we can bring it
Right now
back.
I'm at 14 minutes, rushing in. Jatin doesn't have upgraded archers, but they do take the city.
Okay.
And
Okay,
Fatabi's dead.
Dave correctly tells him to go back, and then Fatabi needs to get the siege of the Turks. Oh man, yeah.
Exciting game so far. Does look like WR is slightly leading. Proles has so many cavalry.
Guys, just look at this. Irish is using like near 10 rares, and Fatabi's using 2.
Yeah. He's about to
Jesus.
use 1. His Obsidian Merchant's gonna get picked off by some archers.
Oh man, yeah.
And
What time
Fatabi's-
are you at again?
I'm at 14:49. Fatabi's probably
Okay.
kicking himself for not going Senator at this point. It's really tough. I don't really know how he deals with all these units. Irish just has a much higher income than he does.
And he's British.
Right.
Oh man.
I think Fatabi's
So now,
there.
if you look at the top side, they're actually tripling Istanbul, which is a good move.
Right,
You gotta get a
right.
cap. You gotta do something.
You see Colossus being thrown
Fatabi's-
down for Jatin.
Oh man, look bot side, bro. Fatabi's taking terrible trades.
Yeah, he's just kind of throwing away units. I mean, it's tough regardless, but like,
Yeah, you can't have season of giving at the semi-final level, bro.
he's floating a ton of food. He really needs like infinite Q citizens. Like,
Yep, militia, bro. It's army as
he's
well.
super dead. He needs to, cities.
Oh, look, Jatin's making a tower and barracks here too. He got a villager in.
At the top side, they're still trying to triple on the top side. Dave has a lot of units. He pulled all of his militia for Dave.
See, the Chinese militia, bro. I'm telling you, it's very hard to kill these guys with food. It's just like a massive, yeah, it's a whole ass army. China's very good, bro, on this map for early defense. Holy cow.
You know, has no units. Where are all his units? His economy. Oh, he pulled militia too.
Wait, where's Tino's militia? Oh, okay, I see it. Do they have a siege? Yeah, they have a Korean siege, that's all they need.
Bobby's dead.
Oh my god, he's insta-killed.
He's too tough.
Dude, honestly, it might have been better to just sieve and prevent the instant kill.
Oh, yeah, no,
or
of
even
course.
move the
He
cap.
has a ton of food, so I'm not really sure why he didn't. On the top side, Dave,
Wow,
all of his
bro.
militia are gone. They're now going to be able to take the city of Istanbul very soon. Istanbul is sacked. I'm at 1642.
1642, okay.
Retaken because of the militia pull, but Fatabi's going to die.
Oh yeah, he's insta-dead.
Irish is going to throw down Haven Gardens.
Oh man!
He's actually about to age
Jesus.
soon, so...
Oh
I mean, this game
yeah.
looks pretty over. The person on
Yeah.
the top side, they were not able to win 3v2, and on the bottom side, Fatabi just got yoinked. So
Oh, they actually got pushed back. Yeah, the Chinese militia, bro. That early defense, very very hard.
Yeah.
Just infinite militia.
yeah.
What
again,
a good play by Boo, though. What a
yeah,
good play to
that-
know
really
to
nice
go
play
over
from
here.
Boo, choosing to
Yeah.
go to the bottom side, and I don't know. I don't really like Jaden's choice to go put his city to telegraph his choice and put his city next to TNO. I think that was a bad choice. I think he should have just tried and attacked, or just been annoying on Irish at least. Maybe he could have raided down the middle.
The city there was for more militia.
Yeah,
You can just
yeah, I
you don't
got
have
that.
to walk militia.
They're gonna try and take the city of
Wow.
Istanbul again. They did get the cap sack. I'm not sure who got it. They're all floating.
I don't know
top
either.
resources, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, but they're all aging as well. according to Jatin in the chat, but I think they're not aging.
Now all
Yeah.
of EL's aging, Prolace has aged.
Yeah, and now this is where British just goes straight to Colossus Soul.
Yep.
Or even Karakarum. Either's fine.
I mean, Irush he's pop capped right now, and he's got so much timber and metal.
Yeah, this man can 1v2. And he's getting gardens as well. It's 12 scholars, he'll be the first stage 4. Wow. God damn it, Fatami. That was so funny. Yeah, man, what a weird game. Holy cow.
Yeah, this has been a crazy 4th game. I mean, I mean, obviously WL definitely got screwed by the city placement, but I mean.
Wow. Yeah. How does that even happen? I'm just gonna rewatch the villager spawns again because that was crazy. We might even want to do that on stream
Yeah,
after
sure,
this
we can.
game, just to see what happened with that because that was crazy.
At this point, they're not aged yet, and they don't have trebuchets, so they can't move fast enough before their opponents just spam army. Like at this point, Dave has too many units. So.
Yeah, and Jan's Koreans. Koreans only good in H2.
Right, and Dave's also cleaning up water here with some marks.
Oh yeah, on top of that, they don't have water. And they lost all their dogs. Every single dog was on Fatami's side.
Oh yeah.
Irush double wonder. And then Irush also going for, let's see, yeah, he's going for Katakorum. Yeah, Phantom in the chat says they should read just off the new city placements. It's kind of funny.
Massive army.
Oh,
for
bro.
TMO. Economy's pretty terrible. Ambush. I don't really know how they win this game.
If Atabi walked down, I'm gonna be so upset, bro. I'm gonna. Hopefully, it's just all the citizen placement. Cause like if he actually decided to walk down like that, I'm gonna be pretty
Maybe
upset
he was
that
securing his team
they threw like that. Yeah.
Tino's gonna take a nice trade against Steez. He's actually gonna kill Steez's entire army before Dave
Oh,
can get there. And then Prolace is
Steezy,
blasting
bro. Steezy never disappoints, bro. Unlucky from Steez. Yeah, and then Prolace coming in from the top. Yep. It's all good here.
Jan has no units. Gone to science 2.
Wait, what? Why?
I don't know.
Oh man. Do they have Pappy?
They do have Pappy, but also why?
Oh, okay.
Like,
Yeah, his eco is Despot Eco. You don't need to make any eco buildings for a while. Where are they going? Oh, they're going for Dave's cap. But Dave, again, can just buy like 500 food and have a new army for just the meat shield.
I mean, Prolace losing his capital right now to the British despot. And he's
Yeah.
off.
With 4 trebuchets. Oh man.
Yeah. I mean, I think this has been over. Props to WL for playing it out. This is, you know, the match point.
Match
very
point.
important match, but I think it's.
The semifinals, yeah, they didn't go down without a fight.
It didn't go down without a fight. You're right. Tino's gonna get the cap sack on Beijing, but they're gonna back off immediately because they can't fight this.
Yeah, there's some guy in chat saying they they should have let him win one game. Oh man. Oh, they did get Dave's cap though, so.
They did get Dave's cap.
That
I'm
is
not sure.
something.
But I'm not sure if Irush got the cap sack here, but he's actually losing his whole army to Prolace.
No, he'll be fine. He'll be the first stage 4, and then he can always just go save Dave.
Right. Looks like Jan and Tino took a bad trade here. Their whole army. Yeah, that should be the game. I'm again surprised that they're playing this out.
Yeah, notice how Dave's using the militia though. Like you have infinite militia. It's very hard to kill China on a buy-sell map when they have the ability to buy food so early.
Right.
So, yeah. And then they got Turks. East can outboom all of them. British is already outbooming all of them. And then what is Steez? Steez is Greeks? Oh my god. Steez also outbooms all of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Holy cow.
It's looking like this game is impossible. They lost the sea. Like, I'm pretty sure these are the same boats that Dave used earlier. He's built like 3 light ships and he's killed like 10 fishing ships or something.
WL is not using water, just FYI.
Yeah,
They're still not using water. Oh man. Fatabi, bro. What the hell was that?
So
Oh man.
Let's go over what at the end of the series, you know, what went well. So first of all, pretty close games all around, aside from this last one. I think this last one was pretty one-sided. But the other games, I felt like they were all like pretty close.
Yeah, I caught glimpses of them. I had something pop up that I had to deal with it, but I caught many glimpses of it. But yeah, we can talk about that after the game though. We need to still finish this one.
Relays is gonna go for a sneaky forced march play. But Athens is taken back. Dave's crossbows are out of position. Kind of getting wrecked by cavalry. Oh, what?
What time are you at?
I'm at 24:11 right now.
24:11. Okay. And I do want to point another thing out. I know Dave just lost his entire army, but his army composition had no food units, and what that allows him to do is just allows him to spam militia, which is how they held the cap. So just Dave's building is on point, bro. And then, yeah, so now they're on the defensive against 4 people, bro. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Again, here we
British.
see Irush again knocking on the door of Prolays here. Prolays
Yeah,
right
and then
on a castle, but I think it's too little, too late.
yeah, dude. And then look at Irush's knowledge. He's at 260 without 21 scholars. You normally get to 260 with 21 scholars. So, oh man.
Those knowledge rares, taxation is double because British.
Yeah. What a game, bro. What the heck was this?
That was quite the game 4 and the series.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, they have Koreans, they have British, they have the ability to win this game. It's just, I think EL outplayed them.
Phantom, I see in the chat, EL just threw so many units, WL still has a chance. The problem is, WL is throwing away units. I think TNO had a massive army and he threw away like half of it earlier.
Yeah,
like,
they are throwing away units.
They just need to take every single good trade and also push because they eventually got outboomed by Irush, but it's...
Yeah, and then if you look at the ecos, every single one of their ecos is bigger than any of the WL people.
Right.
Yep, it's GG. So now they're just playing for pride. Let's see how long they can survive. It's a survival game now.
Exactly.
Oh man.
I wonder who has the most kills.
Probably Irish.
Prolays has the most kills.
What? That means Prolays is doing good.
I mean, yeah, he's owning, but it's like the rest of the team is.
Yeah, even Dave has kills with the militia, bro. Chinese militia is pretty underrated. Just buy a bunch of food, you're pretty much unkillable until like 3 or 4. Oh my god, Dave's still raiding water, yet none of WL is using water.
They're using
the ultimate paradox.
Side,
The ultimate paradox. Oh man, bro.
Dave rebuilt his entire army. Zen has no units. Yeah, this looks been over for a while, but
Yeah, the second Fatabi died. I think it was a brilliant move for Dave, Boo, to go kill Fatabi.
Yeah.
I think that was top near stats because Chinese militia, bro, they were fine up here. They were really good up here.
Right. Now at this point, Dave's beating Prolays by himself. Irush has aged. He's doing whatever.
Yeah, honestly, if you have the player up, just wait till 4 and then go all in. Yeah, they don't even have to kill right now. Irish aged with double wonder. Oh my god, he has 300 knowledge before printing pressed.
Yeah.
Maybe Peter's prediction comes true. They get Super Collider. We can just troll this to the end.
Super Collider World Government. Yeah, GG is called. Really well played. I think this game I'll MVP up. I mean, I don't know who made the call, but I think I give it to Irish because I think he was gonna beat Fatabi regardless, even if Boo didn't.
Yeah, but I was just, yeah, he would win, but like to move to make the win even faster. Or is your game already finished? I'm still in the game.
Yeah, I'm still going up.
Okay. What time are you at?
28, 22.
Okay, yeah, we'll wait to the end to vote. But oh man, what a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for sure, let's rewatch to see where the villagers spawn on stream,
Yeah,
so we can
that'd be a good idea.
to let everyone know what happened. Oh man.
Oh, yeah, that's the game. Did call GG. Game's technically not ending yet. They haven't resigned yet. But
They're fighting for pride right now. The British crown. Well, I guess there's 2 British crowns. I guess Irish is just America, but if they didn't split off, you know, there's 2 branches. Okay, I got resigns now.
alright.
Wow, boys. Well, let's look at the stats, if you will. Prolays 88 kills. Dave with 93 kills. Dave really putting in that micro work. Holy cow.
There are the resigns. Alright.
Yeah, and then before we do interview and before we watch the replay, let's vote on the MVP. So yeah, go ahead.
I think I rush. I think
Okay, so
also Boo threw away a tad too many units at the end there for me to call him MVP.
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough because you're right about that. Like, I think Irish would have won either way. But the decision, the macro decision to know that Dave can hold with China and they'd be okay on this side, and to kill Fatabi very fast, I think that was a good call. So whoever did that,
right, but I'm just saying, like, we don't know who made the call. Like, it could have been Irish saying, Boo, do you want to come down here? We can double him, right?
right?
Like, it's not necessarily that you know.
Yeah, but I don't know. Before we voted, we should have. I'll just go. I'll leave my vote out since we're an even number. So I guess Irish takes the MVP for this game. I think he deserves it as well. Yeah. So Irish gets the MVP for this game, guys. And then what a game.
Yeah.
What a game, guys.
What a crazy game. What a crazy series. At the end, you know, it's just like you know, it seemed like EL just played a little bit cleaner, and you know, they were just able to get the edge on WL because WL kept making small mistakes and those compounded.
Yeah, and then
okay, so Dave
let's
did confirm in the chat it was Boo's idea. Okay, sure. So we can actually.
Oh, it was Boo's idea.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so then I mean I already took my vote out.
I will transfer my thing to Boo.
All right, so MVP Boo then. Yeah, that's who I would have voted for, but I wasn't voting for this game since we have even numbers.
Okay.
So okay, then Boo gets the MVP.
All right.
I mean, I thought it was a brilliant play. Okay, let's look at the replay on stream.
Yeah. Sure.
Real quick to see where the villagers spawned.
Yeah. Let me load it up again.
Yeah, gonna see exactly what the heck happened. Okay. So 1, 2.
I need to make sure I'm showing the right thing. Okay. So this is reminder. This is the game we
3.
just watched. We're just watching it to see where the villagers have. So
Yeah, so we're looking for Fatabi. He's actually okay. So his villager spawns were just very weird. 2 of them are at the very bottom, where he decided to build the city, and then green. Let's see where Irish's villagers spawned. 1, 2. Okay, honestly, Irish is actually more to the left than Fatabi, so it was
right,
just
it
the villager
happened
spawn.
To be a really weird spawn.
Yeah.
No.
So it was just the villager spawn. So okay, yeah, that was super unlucky then. Cause okay, thank God Fatabi didn't walk over here. That's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have one on the super left, so he could walk all the way, but it's such a risky move. You typically always want to build where the average of your villagers are. That way you get the fastest speed and the fastest build time. So I don't know, just unlucky from him, I guess. Wow, and then yeah, so let's recap the series. I guess straight sweep. They got swept. WL got swept, and then I know it's hard to say, but it's the truth. And then yeah, what was your overall opinion, AS Pair?
Yeah, I mean, I think those some really exciting games at the end of the day, even though it was a 4-0 sweep. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, you know, it. Oh wait, sorry, I totally messed up my graphic here. It's not old world. It's not Himalayas. It's old world. At the end of the day, it's just EL playing a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter together than their opponents. So that is gonna wrap up the series.
Yeah.
So
and then interview time. So if anybody from EL wants to come do an interview, post-game interview, please message either me or AS the Pair and come join us on Discord.
Yeah. If Dave, since you're the captain, if you could figure out which one of your team members or if multiple team members want to come, then you know, please let me know.
Yeah, and then so we'll be back in 5 minutes. See if we can set that up real quick for you guys.
Yep.
And yeah, just take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with post-game interviews.
All right. See you in a little bit.
All right,
Okay, and
everyone,
then
welcome
hopefully
back. We're still
Dave's.
waiting to hear on who is you know who exactly is we're going to be interviewing, but it is like I've like scanned through the chat. First of all, you know it's
Oh, somebody joined.
oh
Oh,
somebody
Dave's here. Dave's here.
Dave's here.
Dave's here.
Hey Dave.
Okay.
Hey, Steez can't join the voice chat because it's.
Dave, I
don't
can't
know.
hear anything you're saying. Can you speak? Is it possible for you to speak louder?
You have to turn my volume up, I think.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, I can turn his up. There we go. 200%.
Wait, how do I turn
Unfortunately, I
his
don't
up
have
specifically?
any. I don't have a way to increase my own volume.
Okay.
On
Wait, so
Discord.
Dave, are we interviewing you and Steez?
Yeah, just he can't join the voice chat because
Okay,
he
okay,
doesn't have
sure.
the right.
So let's go here.
Okay.
Hi.
Hopefully, hopefully Dave gets the queue. He did get the queue, and we do have Steez here. So guys, we have Steez and Dave for post-game interview.
How's it going?
Hey,
Doing good,
Steez.
guys. Well
Nice to hear
played,
your
well played.
voice.
Yeah, GG's.
That was
And,
good.
Yeah, Ace Pair, if you could start us off with your first question, we could get going.
Yeah, sure. So, so I guess the first question is, how does a team like EL, how do you choose what nations to pick and like when who plays it? Like, do you like have in mind like you reserve like French for Dave or something, or like you know, is there like any sort of strategy or like you know reasoning behind that?
I would say Dave is really good with choosing nations for any map pick, you know, and of course what nations have been picked, you know, we try to counter that too, right?
Right, right.
But he really knows what nations to pick when and where.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dave, your thoughts as well?
Yeah, I mean, you have different nations that are good on different maps, obviously. So you want to make good pairs, and you want to save the nations that are like specifically for one map. For example, you would not want to use Spain on any other map than Watering Hole.
All right, and we are also joined. I asked Fatabi to also join us as our another interviewee. Fatabi, do you want to share? So our question was, wait, I'm assuming it's Fatabi that just joined, right?
Yeah, it is Fatabi. It is Fatabi.
All right, Fatabi, say hello.
Wait, did I? Hey guys, did I interrupt something? Like,
no,
you were
we're just in the middle of going. We're just doing
Oh,
an interview
yeah, we're doing
question. My
post-game
question was, like,
interviews.
how-
Yeah.
No, I know.
Is there like a specific strategy that your team uses for like picking nations? Like for example, do you reserve giant like Iroquois or something, or is it like more just like just play whatever?
Not really. I mean, everyone's good in our team. Like, we don't really have like I think in EL team, Dave is particularly stronger, but in our team, I mean, we just every game we think about, okay, what options do we have? How can we utilize it most effectively? And it's not a biased decision. It's just
Yeah, so what I've seen as well, I think you make a really good point, and I think you guys are actually following through with that, because on the first game on Amazon's typically a very boomy map, because it's very hard to move around, there's trees, rivers, and stuff like that. So I see you went for the Russians pick, and I really enjoy that. Were you guys looking to out-boom them in that map, particularly, or what went wrong in game one, at least?
so the point of Russians there was to deny territory and attack in H3, because Russians in H2 is trash, garbage. It absolutely has nothing going for it except for denying a rush, you know. But
Gatton went too much forward with the city, exposing himself to a
I mean, not to
triple
point,
even.
not to point fingers, but that was.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He knows.
So the point of Russians there was to deny territory and attack.
All right. So my next question for both teams is oh my god, I'm so blanking.
My question is directly towards the WL members. What was the thought process behind picking Sahara and then Old World and then Australian Outback? What made you choose those maps? And then I guess as a follow up, like for the EL members here, what did you think like when they picked those maps? Did you feel favored, or like did you feel like you got counterpicked or whatnot?
Yeah, so let's start with the WL first,
Yeah,
and then we'll
WL.
move
So
to
what made you
EL.
pick Sahara and Old World and Australian Outback?
I think we just felt comfortable. Like it's not something we pre-plan really. It's just we talk to each other in the team chat, and somebody makes a proposal and somebody else agrees with it. Somebody may say, I don't feel it, and it's just simple as that. Like there's no really difficult process behind it or anything.
Yeah, gotcha.
Sahara is, a little, it's low on resources, but I was thinking, like with Turks, there's always the threat of rushing, so they won't be very comfortable. But I can also go Colossus, and Turks Colossus is insanely powerful.
Right.
I was planning for Colossus. I wanted Colossus more, but I saw an opportunity. It's just that I executed it poorly. That would have been ours 100% if I did it correctly. It's just I timed it wrong.
Yeah.
And that
it happens to the best of us. We all mess up our build orders and the like, and that's totally all right.
I mean, I went back and watched that game a million times. I was like, how is this even possible? I did everything right. Like I skipped mill at first. I was really fast, but then my mistake was I didn't pile up army quickly enough. Like everything else was okay, I think. And okay. So I want to really mention this. In Sahara, I saw, we had first silver, although we spotted silver very late.
Right.
I didn't use it.
Right.
We had sugar, I think salt also. I thought, okay, no way they're going to be able to defend this. No way.
And then, Fatami, I do want to ask you, why were you attacking the Persians player instead of maybe doubling or tripling another side?
No, because it's just if I timed it correctly, they can't be quickly. They can't be fast enough to get there. It's just impossible with Inca. It's just I executed poorly, but also it was extremely unlucky that I didn't realize that they had exactly mirroring rares. Like, what are the chances?
Right. It's
relatively unlikely.
Yeah.
Okay.
They also used silver. I was like, what the hell? How do they age? What?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. And then if we're gonna move on to we gotta keep it going. So Dave and Steezy, what do you guys think about game 2 and Tatabi's decision to attack Persia?
I thought it was it was really aggressive attack, and at the same time, shortly after, Proles was on me, militia and all, so the pressure was on, and we all sent resources to Boo, which was a lucky save for him, because it looked like I thought for sure he was done there too, honestly. So, but
interesting. Okay, and then Dave, how about you?
So we actually discussed this game with Boo, and I came to the conclusion that the strategy was good, but they had to make one minor adjustment. Instead of the Iroquois player raiding their side, the Iroquois players should have been raiding me, because that would have slowed me down. I wouldn't be able to get army out in time, and if Jetting kills the sugar and the important rares in the back, that would be even better. So that would have given them a much better chance of killing us.
My next question is something that's more outside of the literal game, but for both teams, what sort of practice mechanisms do you go through? Do you go through scrims, or just everybody plays individually, or is it a mix? I guess I'll ask EL first and then WL.
Well, we play on weekends mostly, because time zones are different and everything.
Right.
And really, I think the best practice is just playing against the best players. That's the best way to really prepare you for these matches.
Right.
Yeah, we try to play as much as we can together, but our time zones are pretty different. So me and Rush can play a lot, but I never get to really play with Boo and Dave too much.
Right.
through the week. So pretty much everybody else I can play though, at least.
Yeah, we just try to
Nice.
play as much as possible, and sometimes we play like 2v2s with each other.
Right.
You know, nothing special. Like just play a lot. Everybody needs to take responsibility to keep himself in form, and that's it. And then, yeah,
Yeah, it's the
Nice.
same
just
in
play.
terms of time zone for us as well. Like when I get out of work, it's already what is it like 1 a.m. for Proleys or 12? I don't know, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
There's 10 hours difference.
Yeah,
So,
and then Jatten's normally asleep as well for you, for Tabi at least, because he's on the East Coast and you're on the West Coast, so it's
Yeah.
pretty hard. Anyways, for game 3, guys, if we move along, if we can start with WL this time, what would you think happened with the German Hanging Gardens? If anything could have been improved on that side.
I don't know. In hindsight, I think going HG versus a Mongols and French combo maybe was kind of ambitious.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
To be honest, I think I did fine against Dave. I lost my edge when he completely wiped Woodcutter's camp off of me
Right.
while I was
With heavy
focusing
couple
somewhere
kill,
else.
yeah.
Yeah, from that moment I lost my edge. I think I kind of had my edge before that. And also I failed my medieval attack on that city, if you guys remember. I tried to get that city there and Dave was not in position and I was just not quick enough to capture it. But I lost too much there while I was trying to fall back. I think if I just didn't go for the attack and just aged up to gunpowder, I would at least have a good chance of fighting him kind of on even footing, maybe.
Right.
Interesting. And then
I
for
think-
Tabi, if you can go
I
ahead.
think normally the Hanging Gardens with Germans is great, and Germans can hold its own, even against Mongols, I think. But the problem there was we didn't have wealth rares. And I'm not gonna be like full on mentalist mode and say, oh, rare diff GG.
Oh man.
I mean, it was big. Like we discussed this after the game, and Tino said, okay, I made it, and then I realized I don't have wealth to defend myself. You know.
Interesting. Okay. And now the EL players, if you could chime in on this topic as well.
Yeah, like Fatabi and Jatten's raids were really effective against me, slowing me down as you've seen, and got to give it to them on that because I thought for sure I couldn't hold out for much longer than third age by the looks of it, but I was slowly able to come back. Luckily, Boo had a good boom there. Oh, it was pretty tough.
Yep, it was an interesting game. I think that was the most interesting for the viewers because it was the longest as well.
Right.
And there were a lot of back and forth moments.
Yeah.
It felt like the game was in the balance for a long time, even after our successful H3 rush. When Jatin decided to rotate over, there was a very crucial moment when I just spotted a part of his army.
Yeah, I
before
was like, why is he falling back, that bitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that was pretty good because I believe the EL spotted like just the tips of Jatten's army, and then you retreated to the castle and were able to take a much better fight than you would have otherwise.
Yeah, that was exactly the time.
Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
That was exactly the time when we were trying to move in. So if we do move in and you triple us, then we would have lost everything.
Yeah, if we killed your army there, we would really have
that's probably the
decent
game
footing.
there. So the clutch play for EL
To
to
be honest,
spot that out.
if you kill a French army, you're
the
really
game's
doing
over,
good.
yeah, at that point.
That's because that's all they have, the French, their army. If you kill it once, it's tough to get back.
Yeah, and then Dave, I'd rather ask. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, okay, never mind. So we were still killing, I think, on our side. But because I had Jatten went there, I also had to defend for Jatten.
Right.
And a lot of people asked in chat. I'm not following the chat right now, but I saw it before. They were saying, why is Fatabi aging slower than Steez? That's because I don't know if this is a good choice, but because I was forced to make too much army, I didn't have resources, and I thought, okay, like Dave is doing pretty good there. I should probably match his boom. I can get Science 4 and Age still relatively quickly. I did that, but it didn't work.
You just didn't end up having enough time for the Science 4 to pay off.
Yeah, yeah,
The
exactly.
problem with
I
that for
thought,
Tabi
yeah,
is when you aged, I already had Mill 4, and being Romans, it was instant armor, so that gave me quite the advantage against you.
yeah, true.
And then to finish off game 3, Dave, if you could answer this for me. I know A is the pair and myself really enjoy French Despot, and Jatton's really great at he loves his Greek Despot. I was wondering your opinion on which one is actually stronger, the French or the Greek Despot, and what went wrong with the Greek Despot there as well.
Well, I think it depends on the map, right? Because on a water map, Greeks are infinitely stronger than on a land map. I think it wasn't a
Right.
bad pick or anything, but you need some gold rares for both despots to kind of make it work. I wasn't actually planning on going despot unless I have a really good setup for it, and this was...
Dude, you had the best setup.
I had everything, like a
Yeah.
silk, I had relics,
man.
I had diamonds.
Yeah, dude, you had everything. Fuck me.
So
Interesting.
China can't do anything against that.
All
I mean,
right.
I think I played very well against you, considering what you had. And
It looked like Proles was going to take that city because the Chinese fire lancers are not bad, bro. I thought he was making a good push there.
I had a good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, to keep it moving. Finally, the wonderful game 4, boys. We all know what happened here. And I think we all know who to start with on this one. Fatabi, man. What was that villager
Dude.
spawn you had?
Okay, I had 2 villagers far on the right side. Okay, I was even at first I was thinking, oh, I can just build right on top of gems, but I thought, okay, let's get closer to my ally a little bit. How funny is that?
There's a wall, man.
and the villager I had on the left, I saw Jatton, like one of Jatton's villagers to the right of that, and then I thought, okay, we're on the left bottom side. I can go a little towards the right. It's fine. Like I went a little back, and at that point, honestly, it doesn't even matter how much I go back. Like at best, I'm gonna collide with the British city, and I'll be forced to build super close to him. It would have been war soon. I think the really wrong thing I did there is, so this is my thought process. I was thinking, okay, do I go Civ? But if I go Civ, I can't mass army, and they can easily triple me. Like if they triple or double, I should be able to. I have to be able to hold a little bit, right, for my team to have time. But one option that was very obvious that I didn't think of at that time, maybe with panic, I could have Civ and built a city behind my allies. That would have guaranteed me,
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah, I
didn't
think we
think about
discussed that in the cast. We were saying, me and Pear at least, were saying maybe if he just went Civ 1, just so he doesn't insta die, that would have been more beneficial.
Yeah,
but
and I can have, I can move my cap there. And I also had only one mountain, and it was very exposed. I thought, okay, it's a no-brainer. They're going to raid this 100%. If they don't, I would question their play, but no, they did, obviously.
Right. And then Proles, before keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, it's like with that mountain getting raided like a couple times, I didn't even have there was absolutely nothing I could do except for that Civ, which I couldn't think of. But otherwise, I don't think it's possible to defend there.
Yeah, it's a really rough position. Proles, on a more fun note, what did you immediately think after seeing where Fatabi was in that game before we move on to the EL players?
Nah, that was fucked. That was unlucky as well. I don't remember his spawn, but I think it wasn't really his fault there, so I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah. We checked at the cast, bro. Both of his villages were on very far right,
That's
so it was very
dude.
unlucky. Yeah, it was pretty unlucky.
I guess also I guess Irash's spawn contributed to that. He split us in the middle with his spawn, I guess. So that's also kind of unlucky that he didn't spawn somewhere else, but he spawned between us.
And and the role of French player is not to go mill 1 and raid, but to get a fast start and mass army, right? But I was I was also forced to mill 1 because I thought, okay, if they raid me, I'm dead. And so I have units, I have to use them, but I use them against British. Obviously, it's not going to work. but I had to make use of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
and
pretty
then
good though.
so yeah, Steezy and Dave, if you could give us your thoughts on the crazy game 4.
Yeah, it was. I kind of figured I was going to lose that front city, but I didn't expect a triple on it. But I was pretty hurting too. Like Fatabi said, if he built a city back, it would have been, that game would have went on for a while, because I was pretty slow after that. Just lost economy.
Yeah,
and
you
some
did have
hardware.
you did have 7 scholars at that front city. We did see that as well. So yeah, pretty interesting loss. And then Dave, if you could give us your thoughts as well.
And I do agree that the wheel spawns were unfortunate. However, something I do at the start of every game is cycle through my villagers individually at first and look at the minimap to see how everyone else spawns, right? So
Yeah.
in that case, I would just build on the left side with one wheel, and then the 2 other wheels would come later.
Oh, okay. So you're saying, yeah, because we did notice Fatabi did have a very far left city, and me and Pear were saying he could build there with 1, but the amount of being slowed down from the others 2 walking could be a big issue. But I guess in your opinion, you're saying it's just better to have the positioning by building with 1.
Yeah.
On top of that, Dave, we talked about it before the game started, because we knew it was going to be Aussie, as they said that, and Dave made the suggestion, just one person get water, and we're going to grab all the land. And I think if you watched iRush, he walked a good distance with his back citizen, like halfway across the map to that position, so he did quite go far forward there.
Oh wait, how did you guess it was? Okay, I was thinking 100% you guys are expecting Hole or Himalaya. That was actually we kind of decided to go for that and get a rush, and not to be too predictable. I guess that was part of it, not all of the decision making, but I don't know. I thought everyone would expect Hole because we have good track record on Hole.
I think
I don't know.
anybody expects any map, to be honest. I mean, did you guys have any idea of what map we were gonna go? I think you guys were just like, okay, let's just see what they pick, right?
Yeah, we pretty much waited till you guys
Yeah,
said
I
what you
mean,
were
yeah,
gonna pick.
it doesn't work like that. I think, yeah, nobody really.
I actually expected Aussie Outback to be the 3rd game, because Jatin loves his Greeks, and Greeks would be great there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also expected Aussie sooner.
Interesting. Yeah, and then Jatin also picked Koreans for the rush here. It's just the spawn made everything crazy. Oh, let's talk about the Boo decision to go kill Fatabi. What do you guys think about that? I guess we gave the MVP to Boo just based off of that decision.
Yeah, being Turks, and then when we seen Fatabi City, it was kind of like, at least supply iRush was siege, or just double there, and we just try to hold long enough, right?
Yeah, were you confident though? Like did you just know based off the Chinese militia how easy it is to defend? Did you guys know you'd be all right there, or how confident were you guys in sending Boo down there?
I mean, after seeing the amount of units from each player on the triple there, I was stressing a bit, but Dave was holding it good, and he was able to get 3rd age fast, and like you said, instant militia made a big difference. But for my point of view, it was I thought I might be out of the game.
You thought it was pretty scary then? Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, it looked pretty rough, man. 3 people there, and then Dave, if you could give us your thoughts with your militia play, were you expecting to be using all militia, and another question to follow that up, did you also not make food units like the Fire Lancers to have militia ready? Were you sort of thinking that far ahead?
I guess I expected to have to use my militia at some point, but I didn't particularly plan around that. I just pulled the boys when I needed to.
The boys came through for sure.
Yeah. And regarding the other question, I wasn't planning on making fire lances because my food eco was already suffering a lot. I needed food to age up. I even asked for food for my teammates. And I also needed heavy infantries. And they kept getting sniped, so yeah.
Interesting.
I would rather
Well,
have heavies and crossbows than a lot of light infantry with no cover.
interesting.
That was my
Interesting.
logic.
All right. Yeah. So Ace Pair, if you have any more questions, I think I'm good on my side. It's a
All
fun
right,
fun
so-
series.
Yeah, so last question. This is directed to EL. The EL members. What are you most excited about for the finals?
Probably killing Surge is the best reward, you know? Shutting them up.
Serge, you hear that? I know you're still in the chat.
Yeah, Surge is pretty confident.
What about you,
Yeah.
Dave?
I don't know if you know this, but EL and Tough actually never fought before.
Wait, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, like everyone was expecting Nomadium 2 to be the EL versus Tough final, but it never happened because PLA screwed up
Linky
everyone's
came
plans.
along. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the finals. It's gonna be some interesting games for sure.
Yeah, they're going to be all 3v3s, I think. Tough only plays 3v3s, right?
Yeah.
Are you looking to make any, like, if one guy gets tired and then sub out, or are you just going to keep the same roster?
We
Like,
have
what's...
to see how it goes. Like, actually today I wasn't feeling 100% before the games. So,
Oh, what happened? What went wrong?
Just a bit of tiredness got to me, but I managed to push through it. So yeah, I mean it happens to randomly. Like if someone gets tired, then they should speak up and let teammates know that he's not gonna perform the best.
Usually we usually will switch out players too, like, you know, just for the fun of it, just so everybody's kind of getting a turn. And you know, if somebody's playing, you know, if somebody's not feeling it, like Dave said, then they might just sit out for a couple games and then maybe join back in.
We are even on that, Dave. Yesterday, there was a fire nearby, and I lost internet all day.
No.
Like the lines caught fire or something. I don't know. So I just went to the beach. So I'm a little, on the.
Oh, you're saying you're rusty because you went to the beach?
Nah.
Hey, bro, didn't I tell you not to get capsack before you went into this? What happened there with that, bro?
Well, good luck after failing a rush against Inca.
Yeah, it's tough, bro. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, there's no way I could defend that cap. I don't know. You're talking about Sahara, right? So
yeah. I was mentioning because I had to take care of something before. That's why I wasn't casting. But I tuned in like briefly, and you were getting capsack. It was the first thing I saw.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after the failed rush, I kind of screwed up. I didn't know what to do. It was very dire. I thought, okay, like it seems GG already. I don't know what to do. I'm panicked.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Inca with Cotton can spam out so much army, and we also had Sugar, so it's really tough to stop because no other nation can spam so many heavy calves so early on, and they deal with everything except heavy infantry, but you also have the archers. So it's just the strongest army comp to have that early.
Yeah. Sure.
So yeah, like I said, if Iroquois raids were targeted to me instead, then it would have been much more successful rush.
All right, so I think that's going to wrap up our interview for now, and that's going to wrap up our cast. I want to say couple final words. Thank you to everybody the viewers who have watched this, the players who've played, and co-commentators and the like. We really appreciate everything there. Big shout out to Jatin and Dave and everybody else who works on Rise of Patience for allowing me to use this channel to cast this game. And finally, I will say, for me at least, the number one shout out is all the people in the audience who have been nice about things, and they've been very have had positive feedback and are very supportive of this. The community couldn't exist without you, and us casters, we wouldn't do anything. We wouldn't be doing any casting without you. So big shout out to all of you, and I'm super excited for the finals and the bronze match. So stay tuned, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed today's cast, despite whatever delays we've had. And yeah, well, we'll see you all later.
Yeah, guys, have a good one.
GG, well played, Yell. Good luck.
Bye bye.
On the rest of
Yeah,
the
good
tournament.
games. Thanks for the good cast.